What do you want? I'm gonna kill you, you bastard!
Here's the juk. All you see is crooks. Shout out to Havoc, good looking on the beat. Forever P. Street life was good. About to go in, son. Look, red bones and red bottoms. Like Red Bull, we gon' give them wings, we red dot them. Candy rappers, send them in, we red hot them. Headshot them, go against my grain, get head problems. Big dummy, garbage rappers, we red fox them. Shoot an actor in high depth and red box them. Tip the scales in my favor, stay in your top 10. If life's like a triple beam, I'm weighing my options. Y'all like wild meth, you high meth. Keep a big popper, cause I ain't ready to die yet. I digress, or I'm just too intense to digest. Stretched in a Pyrex, compliments to my chef. Game ain't been the same since I left. Is they really crooks or just a pain in my neck? Wu-Tang, ain't no lanes in my set. Fresh pair of Nike Airs, I just do it for my check. I'll be the first to tell these rappers, get your bars up. Shout to P, you know it's havoc when we mob up. I tell that smut, date over, pull your drawers up. Cigar guts, all up in the club, putting squad up. Throw your squad up. Throw your squad up. Throw your squad up. Cigar guts, all up in the club, putting squad up.
I swoop in, shooting like I'm paratrooping. We all in, we riding, we carpooling. My whole crew, we diving, we platooning. Salute me or shoot me, Huey P. Newton. Your buffoonery is quite amusing. This is not monkey business, stop cooning. It's a method to my madness, I know what I'm doing. There's a
Peace. Shalom. What's going on, Brother Ben? What's going on? Unmute your mic, brother.
Yeah. Shalom, fam.
Look like the cat got your tongue. What's going on?
Hey, yep. My mic's not muted. I'm just trying to chill at the moment. Just a bit tired from doing a lot of stuff on the farm.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me?
The man from down under is a little bit tired, huh? Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you fine. Hear you fine. What time is it over there?
Yeah. 11 minutes past 11.
Past 11? 11 a.m.?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've just been working, like just doing stuff on the farm.
Okay.
So just doing bits and pieces,
Okay. Well, put it like this.
Yeah.
Brother Allen may show up tonight. He may not show up tonight. He's still dealing with his loss, so it's nothing we could do but let him have that time and space. He wanted to be here. I'm sure he wanted to bring something out that even last week we didn't even discuss really. You know what I'm saying? It's all good though, because I'm going to address some things from last week that kind of was bothering me pretty much the whole week. I bit my tongue listening to the brothers, going through their little setbacks of understanding how the scripture works. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to address it. All right. It's not going to be, pretty much things that, you can't get from the context, because the context is key. That's what I'll be telling everybody. Context is key. Timelines is everything. You need to know what generation, whatever that, especially when you're dealing with a prophet, is talking about, and what he's talking to. He's not necessarily talking to the general population like how it was, on Mount Sinai when Moses went up the mount, and you had the whole congregation at that time that was there, that generation that was there. You wasn't there, I wasn't there, and not a single Hebrew that's in 2025 was there. Okay? That's the thing about when you're looking at scripture, you have to put it in the right timeline in order to understand it. And you can't jump from one prophet to the next prophet to the next prophet and try to fit all of that in within this generation. Because unless it says it specifically, it's not really talking to, it's talking to the ancestors, And like I said, a lot of those things were fulfilled according to when the prophet was prophesizing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things were just pronouncements. A lot of things were even songs, etc., not necessarily something talked about for the future. Even though some of the features that were stated in a lot of the prophecies, you can utilize that today. But that's it. That's it. All right. We're gonna definitely talk about the Isaiah 2 thing, and we're gonna really go in on the Jeremiah chapters that Brother Man brought up, and I'm gonna hit it with the Second Chronicles 30. I'm gonna hit it with chapter 18 of Ezekiel. We're gonna touch on Deuteronomy 32 and anything else. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna touch on certain things about, I heard, manifestation. What was the manifestation in the I guess in the Old Testament or the original text? You get what I'm saying? You know, I'm gonna take my avatar off too, since you got yours. So you can unmute now. You don't have to sit there. Be quiet. You're not gonna get bit.
Yeah, no, sorry. I'm just like I just need to go and check to make sure that my mobile's not overheating. It's a hot day today.
Oh,
I
yeah.
just want to check to make sure,
How hot is it out
that. So
there?
if you keep talking anyway, you keep carrying on. Just give me a couple of minutes because I just got to go outside for a sec. Because what I do is basically I put my mobile outside to get internet, and then I'm using my laptop inside.
Uh,
Yeah, do you understand what I mean? So
I
I just got
understand.
to check. Yeah, well, what's the battery and stuff, and if it's not, because when it overheats, it cuts out, and when it cuts out, I lose everything. The phone just gets too hot to use. I got to cool it down.
I
Put it in the
understand.
fridge. All right, so
I get
I'll
you.
be right back. You carry on. I'll be right.
All right. All right. I'll wait for you to come back, but meanwhile, I'm gonna pull out some of these things like we was talking about, especially the Isaiah chapter 2. And maybe like by that time, some of the brothers who were on last week may come back, say a few things. I hope they do. I hope they do, especially grade 202. All right. Let me pull something out here. I'm gonna use the Septuagint this time. And I'm gonna use the blue letter this time because there's gonna be some Hebrew phrases in there that need to be talked about. So let me pull out Second King.
Yeah, just to check to look. The phone is as hot as it's not charging. It's only like at 25%. So if I cut out, you know what is happening here. If
Mm-hmm.
all right, you know what's going on because it's done it
Yeah.
before. So I've just got to be careful. And it's an expensive phone, so
Why
it's a
you using it
24,
outside? You should have it
24.
inside. You know better than that.
No. Because if I have it inside, then it's just not good. Because the thing is that unfortunately, I'm not like you.
Mm-hmm.
You city slickers. So my internet's very basic.
No, I was working fine last week though. Was working fine, but
Even
it's
now
all good.
you're a bit blurry. Sorry, say again.
I said it was working fine last week. That's all. But I understand.
Yeah. But no, but it wasn't as hot last week. It was actually about 6, 7 degrees cooler.
Yeah.
But now, yeah, when it starts to reach like high 30s or 40s, that's like degrees wise. You're looking at like just over 100 degrees on the on the mercury.
Mm-hmm. That's like what
So
do
my
you
phone's
Celsius
burning,
temperature?
burning.
You know.
Yeah. So Fahrenheit, Celsius, like
Because
yeah, like
30,
literally you
30
can see the
degrees, 30
haze
degrees
just like
around here is cold. You know what I mean?
yeah. Now in Australia, because we're still in summer, and this is the hottest part of the year.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like literally you're cooking, you're literally cooking.
Yeah. Well, you can't wait till we start cooking around here from all
So
this weather we've been getting.
you could like here, it gets so hot you could literally get a frying pan, leave it out there for like maybe half an hour, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or 20 minutes, half an hour, and you could literally cook an egg, put some oil in, cook an egg. No worries. On a frying pan.
Mm. Well,
Fully. I'm talking about fully. Even sausages, like a sizzle. You could do anything. You could do you cook anything. It's that hot in the open sun.
Mm-hmm. Just hang tight for a second. I'm gonna reset my screen myself. Don't go nowhere. I'm gonna be right back. I mean, I'm updating my Chrome. All right, I should be good now. You can hear me, right? You know what?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Do me a favor. You have your book, Isaiah chapter 2. Want to pull it out?
Oh, hold on. I'd have to go and check it. I'd have to actually go and get it because I'm not. Just give me 1 sec.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, take your time. Go get it. She was reading good last week, so make it easy for me to actually address certain things. For some reason, I can't put it on the screen. That's puzzling to me. And hopefully, you use the KJV if you have to. I don't care. This is very interesting.
Sorry, what book of Isaiah did you say?
Isaiah chapter 2.
Damn, I
Chapter
hate
2.
these Christian Bibles, man. Oh,
It's like that sometimes. Like I said, I prefer if you want to use the KJV version, it's what they come and go to. That'll be fine with me. But
yeah,
we're
yeah.
not going.
I've got
We're not
it.
going.
I've just opened it up now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just opening it up now.
Start off with verse 1. The key thing out of verse 1.
So is it chapter
All right.
2 or what? What do you want?
Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Isaiah chapter 2. All right.
Right. The world, the Isaiah the Son. Is that the one?
Correct. That's it.
World that the right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I got it.
Read it nice and slow so we can absorb the words of what's being stated. All right. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Hold on a second. I need a paperweight. The world.
Wendy?
Gosh, I'm not. Actually, hold on, I'm not in a good position to read it. Actually, hold on. The world that Isaiah, the son of Amaz, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem.
Pause for a second.
Now
Pause for a
it shall
second.
come
Pause
to
for a
pass.
second. Pause for a second. Pause for a second. You said the word, right? The word that Isaiah the son of Amos, right, saw concerning Judah and what?
Judah and Jerusalem.
Judah and Jerusalem. You got to stop for a second and look at that. Think about that. He saw which was concerning Judah and Jerusalem. Two statements there. You know who Judah is at the time. That's the what? southern kingdom of Judah, right? And that is referring to Jerusalem, where they was dwelling at the time frame, correct? You know, with the temple, et cetera, and all the aspects where, you know, all of basically worship was dealing with at that time, correct? You agree with that?
Yeah. No, carry on. Yeah.
Right. But the thing is, not just carry on. The thing is, right, when you're reading that, it says saw concerning. That's giving you what you call a specific or specified people that within the context is talking about. Correct?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Verse 2. And it shall come to pass, right, in the last days that the mountains of the Lord house shall be established in the top of the mountains and shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow unto it. The thing is, what nations is he referring to? Is he referring to all the nations of the world, or is this talking about something specific? Because, you know, Isaiah from chapter 1 tells you what he's going to be basically talking about. And
It
the
says
world is not
all.
mentioned in there.
It says all nations.
Right. But
All.
that's not the problem. All nations, is it talking about all nations of Israel or all nations of the world? Let's ask you that again.
No. You're talking. I'm not going to interrupt.
No, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question because you did say all, like to specifically talk about all as in the whole, everything
Well,
conglomerated
I
up in
don't know.
one ball.
I don't know, but I don't know. We'll carry on. We'll carry on. I'm not
It's,
saying. I'm not saying I know that. I'm not saying I know anything here. I just want to. You're telling it. So let's see where it's going to lead.
well, the thing is, not that I'm saying, I'm regurgitating what's already as written. When you think, so it would be as what Isaiah is telling you, not me, is what Isaiah is saying. That's what I'm asking you. And it tells you in the beginning of it, it's concerning Judah and Jerusalem. And you know good and well, Judah is the southern kingdom. Jerusalem doesn't specifically, you know what Jerusalem is, right? That was supposed to be in the land where, the Israelites dwelt, not the whole world. Okay. So when you see that right there, that's kind of lock and key. And then when you see that part when it's saying, when it said about all nations, that all nations is not talking about all nations on this planet. Okay.
Yeah.
Not all nations on this planet. It's nations that would be uh specific to that particular context. All right. But when you're reading it from a mindset of a function of like we was talking about last week, with a one West mindset, you're gonna kind of get it like misconstrued, and there you go. You're thinking this is all people on the planet, and it ain't talking about all people on the planet. Okay, all right.
Yep.
I'm gonna go to number 3, verse 3. And many people, right, shall go and say, "Come ye, and let us go up to the mountains of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob, and he will teach us his ways, and he will walk, and we will walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth the law and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem." Now we have to also understand that this is a allegedly or supposedly, this is Isaiah speaking. You agree with that, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And being that he's speaking,
I'm just. I'm just.
he's speaking during a time frame, an era when he existed. I don't think Isaiah exists today. All right. So
Oh.
when you're reading that, when most read that, they're reading into it more than reading what is actually stating. You know what I'm saying? All
Mm-hmm.
right. So, and many people shall go and say, "Come ye, and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of Jacob, to the house of God of Jacob." And that would be talking about the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Judah, etc., etc. The God of the Bible, right? The God of the Abrahamic faith system. That's what we be talking about, right? And many people is referring to literally those that follow the Most High, literally, correct? You agree with that, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Verse 4. You want to read it? Read it for me.
He shall judge between the nations and rebuke many people. They shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore.
All right. Pause on that. Pause on that. You know, if I could turn around and say, without thinking hard, because it's easy, the southern kingdom, right, of Judah, and we have the northern kingdom, right, which is Ephraim, tribe of Ephraim, literally Manasseh and such and such. You know, the kingdom split at a time after pretty much Solomon did what he did or whatever. Later on, the kingdom split. You know, you hear the statement like, Judah, depart from Ephraim. He's no longer your brother. You know, that Israel had a war within itself, right? They was warring against each other. They were so bad that literally that split gave you two separate nations out of Israel. You know what I'm saying? One did what
Yeah.
they did, they had their kingdom, and the other one had their kingdom, literally. All right. So you know, the thing is, they warred against each other. They had beef against each other. They was literally sword against each other. All right. Would you agree that when we read in that, because you know Isaiah is really talking to the southern kingdom at this time, telling them what was going to happen eventually later on. You know, obviously after some key things go on later down the road with these prophecies that ain't got nothing to do with today. Absolutely nothing to do with today. All right. Now, verse 5. O house of Jacob, come ye and let us walk in the light of the Lord. You literally walk in his ways. Literally, you know, like peace. You know, he's a peaceful God, right? And also we read that he's righteous in all of these certain things. You know, when two different people disagree with one another, they actually do what? They do things, you know, out of anger and hatred or whatever, despise one another, and they, you know, they don't do things righteous upon each other, correct? Would you agree with that? I mean, I
Mhm.
know it's hard for you to be the, I guess what you call the specimen, because the other two brothers are not here. But, you know, last week, I just listened in, kind of bit my tongue, let the show go, you know, what it needed to be. But in truth, I should have stopped it and nipped it in the bud early. But I didn't do it because what I was trying to do was friendly fire discussion. You know what I mean? Everybody
But
has
I think
their
that, yeah,
own.
can I just say something? Can I just say
Mm-hmm.
something?
Mm-hmm.
I think when you got to be sorry. Here's what I've learned. You have to be careful in basically, you know, even if you know you're right, forcing your opinion on people. It's like what happened with the situation with the CV, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, we knew that we were right, but it was like when you try and tell them, look, you might be wrong,
Mm-hmm.
they actually turn around and attack you or hate you for it. So I think it's the way that you approach things. If you like today, for instance, rather than me personally saying using terminology like nip it in the bud, you're giving your presentation and let them decide. Yeah.
That's exactly what I
So
did.
I
Did
mean,
you not agree with
yeah.
that last week? I did exactly what I did. But you know what?
Okay. All right.
The problem is when you do that, right? And you have others that are, you know, they don't know any better and they're listening in and they actually want to absorb certain fruit meat out of the thing that's truth. You gotta kind of like weigh it. Is the truth more important or just, you know, allowing, guys to keep spewing out certain things that you know better of. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's why in a situation like that, it's kind of like awkward for actually someone like me more than it is literally like someone that just says, all right, let's push this aside, et cetera, et cetera. All right.
Hmm.
And I know like what you're saying, you're thinking about it as an attack on them, but in reality, it's not really an attack. What is going on is just they're being brought there to their attention, certain things that they would miss, that they actually miss. And like specifically the things that we just talked about just now. They miss these things. Okay. And
Yep.
then let's look at certain things that is what we say is an opinion. You notice that when I'm actually saying, statements, I'm stopping you or whatever we're reading, I'm not giving an opinion. I'm giving you actual what it is, not no opinion. See, opinion is when someone, you know,
No, no,
goes
no.
with more
I'm not saying opinion. Sorry, I'm not saying opinion. I'm just saying even if you know you're right, like I'm just using like the example about the CV. You know you're right, right? So then, if you know you're right, then like for instance, showing your brother through correction through scripture, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah,
correct. That's why
but
we're
it's
here
just the way
tonight
that
too.
that it's presented this morning.
Right. But that's why we're
Yeah.
here tonight
Yep.
to make corrections, correct? Make correction on it. There's
Yep.
nobody
Yep.
being put under the bus or anything. The corrections are being made to the scriptures itself that was, may have been, like I said, things got misconstrued. All right. But I'm going to read on from verse 5. O house, Jacob, come ye and let us walk in the light of the Lord. Right. Therefore, thou hast forsaken thy people, the house of Jacob, because they replenished from the east and are soothsayers like the Philistines, and they please themselves in the children of strangers. That's a good verse right there because that verse kind of like puts us in the same situation that we get going out today, thinking that prophets are actually prophesizing certain things that's supposed to be in the far future. Soothsayers did that. Am I correct? And if you read
Yeah.
verse
Yep.
6, you'll see that literally that's kind of like a double stone being thrown, right? If you think about it, right? Read it again. Therefore, thou hast forsaken thy people, the house of Jacob, because they be replenished from the east, all right, and are soothsayers like the Philistines, and they please themselves in the children of strangers. Children of strangers. Now, you can say that is being referred to non uh, heritage people, et cetera, et cetera. You can definitely consider that quote unquote other nations. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of this doctrine that even with the Word West we get is more or less other nation doctrine. You know what I mean? Just
Yep.
regurgitated,
I'm listening.
literally. All right, all right. Verse 7. Their land also is full of silver and gold, neither is there in any end of their treasures. Their land is also full of horses, neither is there any end of their chariots. We don't really see these things like that today. All right. Today's time. I mean, we have horses and stuff like that, but we don't see that type of stuff going on right now. So if you look at it from a perspective of is that talk about 2025, you can know right then and there that it ain't talking about 2025. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm. That's cool. Now, I want you to read verse 8 and 9 for me. Read it nice and slow.
Their lands is also full of idols. Their worship, the work of their own hands, that which their own fingers have made. Verse
Mm-hmm.
9. People bow down, and each man humbles himself. Therefore, do not forgive them.
Mm-hmm. Keep going.
10.
Keep going.
Enter the rock and hide in the dust from the terror of the Lord and the glory of his majesty. The lofty looks of man shall be humbled. Sorry, I'm just reading this from a funny angle.
Mm-hmm.
The heightiness of men shall be bowed down, and the Lord alone shall be exalted in the day.
I want you to read that verse again because it's sweet, but it said that.
What's that? Sorry?
Read that verse again, verse number 11, right? And highlight the last
The,
five
the
statements. Go ahead.
The lofty looks of man shall be humbled.
Mm-hmm.
The heightiness of men shall be bowed down,
Mm-hmm.
and the Lord alone shall be exalted in that day.
Wow, wow. The Lord alone shall be exalted in that day. Not the Lord in such and such, correct? Not a duality
Yep.
or multiplicity or anything. You're talking about the Lord alone shall be exalted in that day. Literally, if you said it in the Hebraic terms, you would say, "In Yahuwah alone shall be exalted in that day." All right. Or if you was reading it from one of Alan's Hebrew Roots Bible, it would say, "In Yahweh alone shall be exalted in that day." Okay, and you can put it in plain Greek text. What it would say, "And God alone," right, would be exalted in that day. No sidekicks, none of that stuff. Correct?
Yep. 100%.
All right, 100%. Now, for the day of the Lord, right, of hosts shall be upon everyone that is proud and lofty, and upon everyone that is lifted up, and he shall be brought low, or literally made low. Am I correct? We can definitely go with that. Shalom, shalom, Elder Moshe.
Shalom, shalom, brothers.
All right, all right.
Yeah, shalom, fam.
Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm. We're just here pretty much like recapping on what went on the show from last week and addressing a few things here and there that was missed, or I guess overlooked.
Mhm.
And we're gonna spend some time on it. All right. Verse number 13. We're reading Isaiah chapter 2, if you want to pull
Okay,
out
I'll
your
look at
choice. All right. All right, verse 13 and 14, Brother Eli.
I'm going to
13
leave.
and 14.
Yeah,
Upon
13 and
all the
14.
cedars of Lebanon and that are high and lifted up, and upon all the oaks of Bashan.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 14. Did you want to comment on 13?
Keep going, keep going. I'll let you know when it's a pause, then we can
Upon
pause. So
all
keep
the
going.
high mountains and upon all the hills that are lifted up.
Mm-hmm.
15. Upon every high tower and upon every fortified wall.
You
16.
said fortified
And,
wall,
and
right? Fortified wall. Keep going.
yeah, upon all the ships of Tarshish, upon all the beautiful slopes.
Mm-hmm.
The loft, yeah, 17. Gosh, yeah, the loftiness of man shall be bowed down,
Mm-hmm.
and the heightiness, heightiness of men shall be brought low. The
Mm-hmm.
Lord alone will be exalted in the day.
See that? Hear that again?
They
See that
shall go.
again?
The Lord alone shall be. Sorry, where am I?
Verse 17.
The loftiness of man shall be bowed down, and the heightiness of men shall be brought low. The Lord alone will be exalted in that day.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 17. 18. But the idols he shall utterly abolish. The
Mm-hmm.
idols.
Mm-hmm. More than
The
one.
idols.
Mm-hmm.
The idols.
Mm-hmm.
They
Keep
shall
going.
go unto the holes. Sorry?
Keep reading. Keep reading.
They shall go into the holes of the rocks and into the caves of the earth from the terror of the Lord and the glory of his majesty when he arises to shake the earth mightily.
Mm-hmm.
And in the day a man will cast away his idols of silver and his idols of gold,
Mm-hmm.
which they made each for himself to worship, to the moles and bats, to go into the clefts of the rocks and into the crags of the rugged rocks, from the terror of the Lord and the glory of his majesty,
Mm-hmm.
when he arises to shake the earth mightily.
Mm-hmm.
Sever yourself from such a man,
Mm-hmm.
whose breath is in the nostrils, for of what account is he? Judgment in Judah and Jerusalem.
All right. You notice you read pretty much you read the whole entire chapter without really pretty much just chipping from the chapter. You know, when you read that whole entire chapter, you stay in the timeline, right? And which is important to stay in the
Are you
timeline
talking
because
to me? Sorry. Yeah.
you know what I mean. When you read in that chapter, you stay within the timeline. Literally, that's the thing. What goes on when you are actually reading what some of these prophets are talking about. But when you chip from it and you pull just a little part that sounds good that you can manipulate to make fit to a different timeline or even to this day, that's when the problem starts. That's when the doctrine starts. You get what I'm saying? Now,
Yep.
like I said, you read the whole thing. Do you see anything that has anything to do with the future? And it's talking about future like our future time. Is there anything you can pull out of there for that?
No,
You can't, right? You can't because when you read it in the entire, you get the full context, and then when you get the full context, you don't see that as a prophecy that's supposed to be something that's supposed to be fulfilled thousands of years later. And actually, when you read it, you don't even hear anything in there that's really saying something that's literally a prophetic uh, moment that we need to stand us in 2025 need to stand out and focus on literally because it stayed within that era. So when someone says, well, this was fulfilled at that time back then, you should be able to understand how it means it was fulfilled back then. Now, not everything is actually word for word take place specifically during that time frame that makes it, more or less specific to it because it's not written that way because it's been anglicized, it's been transliterated, and that's where the problem goes when, like, say, with the One West style doctrine, you got camps teaching more of the doctrine than the truth and what you're reading. You understand what I'm saying? Let's go to
yeah.
let's go to Deuteronomy 32. All right, pull it out. Deuteronomy 32. Literally, that's a right off the bat, you will know that Deuteronomy 32 is basically a song. Let me know when you have it.
Yeah, just 1 second, because this isn't a Bible I'm not used to using, the KGV. So, and this one's a weird one. It's got all these grooves in the pages.
I know the feeling, trust me. I know the feeling. But let me know when you got it. That's all. I don't know what's going on with our brother Moshe's signal and whatnot, but I think he needs to address it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my phone is really red hot at the moment. Just I'm a bit concerned as to just going to blow up like what happened. You know that so-called Israel did to those people. Sorry, what did you say? Which one? Sorry, my bad. I've lost concentration. Did you say Deuteronomy?
Deuteronomy 32.
Deuteronomy 32. My bad. Come on. I hate these KGVs, and this is the only one I had. I'm struggling at the moment. Hold on, I'm really struggling. Sorry, these pages are so thin. I hate this. I hate this Bible.
Hit it with a passion, huh? I mean,
It's
you don't have to
ridiculous.
use the KJV
Numbers.
if you have a problem with it. You want to use something more comfortable for you. It doesn't really matter.
Deuteronomy.
32.
Eventually, I found it. Deuteronomy 32.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the pages are so flimsy and thin. Right. Okay. I got 32 here.
Mm-hmm.
Give ear, O heavens, and I will speak, and hear, O earth, the words of my mouth. Let my teachings drop as the rain, my speech distill as the dew, as
Mm-hmm.
raindrops of the tender herb, and as showers on the grass. For I proclaim the name of the Lord. Ascribe greatness to our God. He is the rock. His works is perfect. For all his ways are justice. God of truth and without injustice. Righteousness and upright is he. They have corrupted themselves. They are not his children because of their blemish, a perverse and crooked generation. Do you thus deal with the Lord, or foolish and unwise people? Is he not your father who bought you? Has he not made you and established you? Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask
Mm-hmm.
your father, and he will show you. Yeah, your elders, and they will tell you. When the Most High divided their inheritance to the nations, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the boundaries of the peoples according to the numbers of the children of Israel. For the
Mm-hmm.
Lord pardon, but the Lord portion is his people. Jacob is the place of inheritance. He found him in the desert land and in the wastelands of howling wilderness. He encircled him. He instructed him. He kept him as the apple of his eye. As an
Mm-hmm.
eagle stirs up the nest, hovers over its young, spreading over its wings, taking them up, carrying them on the wings. So the Lord alone led him, and there was no foreign God with him. He made him ride in the heights of the earth, that he might eat the produce of the fields. He made him draw honey from the rock, and oil from the flinty rock curds from the cattle. Yeah, so from the flinty rock, sorry, curds from the cattle and milk of the flock, with fat of
Mm-hmm.
lambs and the rams of the breed of Bashan, and goats with the choicest wheat. And you drank wine and the blood of the grapes. But
Mm-hmm.
but Jeshurun grew fat and kicked. You grew fat, you grew thick, you are obese. Then the fourth, then he forsook God who made him, and esteemed the rock of his salvation. They provoked him to jealousy with foreign gods, with abominations. They provoked him to anger. They sacrificed to demons, not to God. To God they did not know. The new gods, new arrivals that their fathers did not fear. Of the rock who begot you, you are unmindful and have forgotten the God of who fathered you. And when the Lord saw it, he spurned them because of the provocation of his son and his daughters. And he said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what their end will be, for they are perverse generation, children in whom is no faith. They have provoked me to jealousy by what is not God. They have moved me to anger by their foolish idols, but I will provoke them to jealousy by those who are not a nation. I will move them to anger by a foolish nation, for a fire is kindled in my anger and shall burn to the lowest hell. Right? I shall consume the earth with her increase and set fire the foundations of the mountains. I will heap disaster on them. I will spend my arrows on them. They shall be wasted with hunger, devoured by pestilence and bitter destruction. I will also send against them the teeth of beasts, with the poison of serpents of the dust. The sword shall destroy outside. There shall be terror within for the young man and virgin and the nursing child with the man of grey hairs. I would have said I would dash them in pieces. I will make the memory of them to cease from among men. 27. Had I not feared the wrath of the enemy, lest their adversaries should misunderstand, lest they should say, our hand is high, and it is not the Lord who has done all this. 28. For they are a nation void of counsel, nor is there any understanding in them. Oh, that they were wise, that they understand this, that they would consider their latter end. How could one chase 1,000 and two put 10,000 to flight unless their rock had sold them and the Lord had surrounded them? For their rock is not like our rock, even our enemies themselves being judges. For their vine is of the vine of Sodom and the fields of Gomorrah. Their grapes are grapes of Gal. Their clusters are bitter. Their wine is the poison of serpents and the cruel venom of cobras. Is this not laid up in store with me, sealed up? 34, sorry. Is this not laid up in store with me, sealed up among my treasures? Question mark. Vengeance is mine, and recompense. Their foot shall slip in due time, for the day of their calamity is at hand, and the things to come hasten upon them. For the Lord will judge his people and have compassion on his servants. When he sees that their power is gone and there is no one remaining, bond or free, he will say, where are their gods, the rocks in which they sought refuge? Question mark. Wow, this is long.
Exactly. You know, I'm letting you read it. I'm letting you read it like that. Even struggling to go through the words, because you're obviously reading it with that very terrible, terrible, terrible translation. But I'm letting it ride, letting it ride for a reason that way. Because when you're reading it like that, and the translation is so terrible, there's not likely going to be not much you're going to really remember what you read out of that. Okay. Remember, I always say about corrupt text and et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? You got to look at that. You was reading it, right, to prove a point, to make a point, to actually get context and et cetera, et cetera. Did you get any out of that reading it like that? Not really, none, right? Not much.
Well, I did. I mean, like, I can understand what the gist of what they're saying. I mean, which is what they're saying. I can get what they're saying, but I mean, is it accurate? Is it correct? I doubt it, because I mean, like if you look at the English translations, like they're made just for manipulation. So
Exactly.
the
Compromise.
KJV is one of the worst,
hmm
and I'm reading from the
Very,
KJV.
very, very compromised. Very, very
Yep,
compromised. But
and I'm
I'm
reading
gonna
from the KJV.
give you a pass on it, because I knew that when you was reading that it would be very struggling. I knew that. I knew that like to the back of my head. All right. But I know a lot of brothers who like to formulate on that particular chapter, right? And say, well, this is a prophecy that's going on today, literally fulfilled. And at this time, this is what is going on. So that means definitely when you start reading some of those other prophetic pronouncements, you ain't gonna really get the gist, like you said. You got the gist, but in reality, the gist was missed, literally. Okay, but I'm gonna give you a breakdown of this. I'm not gonna read that whole thing, but I'm gonna pull from it.
No, I don't mind. I can finish. I can finish the section. You give me a break. I can carry on from 38 and then finish. At the end of 38. So
If you want
it's
to
up
do
to
that,
you.
go ahead. No, it's up to you. I'm trying to save you
So
from.
38. Who ate the fat of their sacrifices? But I mean, I hope you don't mind at the speed I'm doing it, because my throat is a bit. Yeah.
No, I understand.
And drank the wine of their drink offering? Question mark. Let them raise and help you, and be your refuge. Now see that even I, am He, and there
Mhm.
is no God besides me. It's important, isn't it? I
Of
kill
course,
and
it's
I make
very
alive.
important. Hmm
Right? 39. I wound and I heal. Nor is there any who can deliver from my hand. For I raise my hand to heaven and say, as I live forever. Right?
hmm
So can I just say one thing? Why would you need anyone else if the Most High lives forever? Right? And if I
I want you to remember
went,
that statement what you said, because when I show you something at the fulfillment point, I want you to say, "Oh, okay, now I see." But go ahead, keep reading.
yeah, but yeah, okay. Where is it? If I, 41. If I wet my girdle ring with sword, and my hand takes hold of on judgment, I will render vengeance to my enemies and repay those who hate me. 42. I will make my arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh with the blood of the slain and the captives from the heads of the leaders of the enemy. 43. Rejoice, O Gentiles, with his people, for he will avenge the blood of his servants and render
hmm
vengeance to his adversaries. He will provide atonement for his. Oh, there's the atonement word. See, atonement for his
Keep
land
going,
and
keep
his
going.
people. So hold on. I just want to underline that, because that's really good. And that's at number 42, right? 44. So Moses came with Joshua, the son of Nun, and spoke all the words of this song in hearing of the people. 45. Moses finished speaking all these words to all Israel. And he said to them, set your hearts on all the words which I testify among you today, which you shall command your children to be careful to observe all the words of this law. For it is not the futile thing for you, because it is your life. And by this word you shall prolong your days in the land which you cross over to the Jordan to possess.
hmm
Moses dies, right, on Mount Nebo, or Nebu. Nibu, Nidu, Nidu, Nibu, right? Then, so it's 48. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, and very same day, that very same day, saying, "Go up the mountain of the go up the mountain of the Abraham, Mount Nebo, which is in the land of Moab, across from Jericho. View the land of Canaan, which I give to the children of Israel as a possession.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 50. And die on the mountain which you ascend, and be gathered to your people, just as Aaron, your brother, died on Mount Horah, and was gathered to his people. Because you trespassed against me among the children of Israel at the waters of Meribah, Kadesh, in the wilderness of Zin, because you did not allow me in the midst of the children of Israel. Yet you shall see the land before you, though you shall not go there, into the land which I am giving to the children of Israel.
All right, you pretty much read everything. I got a few questions I want to ask. Since you read
Oh,
majority of it, all right. Do you see
yep.
that? Do you see that as other than what it is? It says in I think verse 42, it's a song, right? Song, SONG, a song, right? Being stated in the ear, you know, people obviously, Joshua, et cetera. You know what I mean? It even names names in there, right? It gave you, but pretty much set you up for the timeline. Who was he talking to? It wasn't talking to you and me, right? You can agree with that because that's the easiest straight answer. You would say, no, he wasn't talking to us in 2025. Has nothing to do with 2025. He was talking about, what would go on with that generation and the seed after that generation and so on and so on later on in the future of that time, but not far fetched. Like majority of those that read that, and I guess they get 2025 out of it. All right. Now, one thing that you could say that definitely stood out, because you said you have the gist of it. You want to elaborate on a little bit of what you got out of it before I move on?
Well, I got the gist of what they were saying earlier on. I mean, they mentioned a lot of stuff. They were talking about, like pretty much their travels, what they were doing, what was happening in that period, what was going on, what they were expected to do, their sacrifice, like of demons and things like that. God, the Most High, he was talking about how it's only him, there's no one else,
Hmm.
and don't bring him to anger, through idol worship or following the ways of the other nations. You
Hmm.
know, um, he was talking about corruption as well, like how the Most High was mentioning how corruption there was corruption in our people, you know,
Hmm.
and idolatry, worshiping with idols,
Hmm.
um, you know, and there's so many different bits and pieces that by reading it you can get the idea of what they're saying,
Hmm.
but it's like anyway, yeah, I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at
Think
that.
think about this. Think about this. You started out Isaiah 2, which was from last week, where the brother man he says he didn't see such and such fulfilled, but that kind of didn't make sense that it wasn't fulfilled when you read the whole chapter. It showed the so called gist of how the fulfillment needed to be. But then you're reading this, right? We know that's famous for a lot of I guess doctrinators. They use that as uh, future prophecy, which it was if you look at it as a prophetic song. If you look at it from that perspective, because you know the results of when people don't follow the right path of the Most High, where they end up at. They end up in captivity, correct? And it's funny that throughout the book you read of certain captivities that took place. You know what I'm saying? You got history of that. The key word. You got history of those captivities in the book itself. You know what I mean? It's not hard. It's easy. So when you hear someone like me tell you that that was fulfilled at such and such time, and then I turn around and say I can name the times. I can first off hit you off with the Assyrian captivity, because you know who went into Assyria in the Syrian captivity, right? It was the Northern Kingdom, correct? We should all know that, like the back of our heads. We should know that. Am I correct?
Yeah. I'm listening. I'm listening.
Well, I want you not just to listen. I want you to actually agree or disagree with it. I'm doing that on purpose. All right, and then let's talk about we know what happened later on to Judah, right? They ended up going into captivity as well, and they went into captivity during Babylon. Correct.
Yep.
There's another fulfillment. Same thing what I said last week. How certain things was fulfilled, and how after those things came about, you had a situation that come across when Israel becomes back to reality, back with the Most High, and they perform Passover, etc., etc. You know what I mean? It's things like that. Remember it later on because I'm gonna go to Ezekiel chapter 18. Okay, give me a second. If you want to pull it out, but you don't have to read it. I'm gonna give you a break. You started sounding like you was so dry mouth. I thought you was gonna fall over. It's all right.
Yeah. Like, I'm just concerned about my phone. I don't want to lose my phone. If I lose my phone, then I'm in trouble because it's got
You want to
everything
go?
on it.
You want to go check on it? Go ahead. I understand.
Yeah. No. Like, all right. Just give me a sec. Just give me a sec.
I give you a second. It's funny, like none of those guys that were here last week are even here this week. You know what I mean? I could have fired into them last week with this, but I said, no. I'll wait. I'll wait. Brother Yasha, you want to come on? You can hop on. The link is in there. Just let me know. Or anybody else like to address this.
Yeah. My phone is actually getting worse. It's got like 10% left on the battery.
Mm-hmm.
If we can make it about 15 minutes, I should be good. But I'm gonna have to put my phone in the fridge because it's just cooking out there.
Shalom,
It's
brother
cooking out
Bakar.
there.
Shalom, brother. Yeah,
Yeah.
if you
Shalom.
want.
Shalom, fam.
Yeah, I'll let you take care of your phone thing if you want to. No big deal. But I'm gonna pull out chapter 18 of Ezekiel. I'm gonna read it. And hopefully you can remember some of the things that you read in Deuteronomy
Mm-hmm.
32. All right, I'm gonna read some of these things that took place. All right, obviously you're not gonna get it from the same persuasion that I'm gonna read because that persuasion that you was reading, that thing was crazy. But anyway, I'll read it again from the KJV, Ezekiel chapter 18 for the 11th time. All right. The word of the Lord came unto me again. He's talking to Ezekiel this time, Ezekiel the prophet. All right. You know, this is, I would say, generations after Deuteronomy 32. Different era, but this conglomerates what took place and as fulfillment of Deuteronomy 32. All right. All right, the word of the Lord came unto me again, saying, what mean ye that ye use this proverb concerning the land of Israel, Jerusalem? All right, the fathers have eaten sour grapes. Same language, the same thing was said in Deuteronomy 32. And the children's teeth, right, are set on edge, the seed of those from past. All right, as I live, saith the Lord God, ye shall not have occasions anymore to use this proverb in Israel. All right. Behold, all souls are mine as the souls of the Father. So also the soul of the Son is mine. The soul that sinneth, it shall die. But if a man be just and do that which is lawful and right, and have not eating upon the mountains, neither have lifted up his eyes to the idols, remember those idols of the house of Israel, right? Neither hath defiled his neighbor's wife, neither hath come near to a menstruous woman. Remember all that stuff he was saying, literally Sodom and Gomorrah stuff and all that stuff. It's all made up in one. All right. and have not oppressed any, but hath restored to the depth of his pledge, hath spoiled none by violence, hath given his bread to the hungry, and has. Let me let Brother Vakar on. Shalom, Brother Vakar. Shalom.
Yeah, shalom, elders. Yep.
Yeah, shalom, shalom.
Shalom,
Yeah,
true. Eli.
yeah. hmm
Yeah,
I'm
hey, brother.
basically pretty much recapping of what happened last week, or basically responding to like a lot of the statements that were made last week. I think you remember. I think you might have been in the gallery or came on a little bit later. Actually,
Yeah, I
you
want
did come on.
yeah, I want to say maybe I caught the back end of it. Which one was
Yeah.
which was the
hmm
okay, yeah, okay, I remember now, yeah. Gotcha.
hmm And they were like, trying to say we was talking about nations and stuff like that, and they didn't kind of know what nations that was referring to. They thought it was just the nations of the world, when it was really
Right.
just talking about those that were no longer part of following the Most High. Makes you a
Right.
Gentile,
From the
literally.
path. Right.
hmm When you stop following the Most High, as far as the Hebrew heritage, you become a Gentile. You become Gentile. You become heathen to his ways. Guess what? You know that in Jeremiah 10, learn not the ways of the heathen. You know why? Not to learn those ways, right? Because you become just like them. Not hard, right?
Yeah, I agree 100% with that.
Easy street.
Yeah.
Easy street. I was telling brother Ben that I kind of like bit my tongue, didn't say much. I let the brothers, they have their time at it. I just sat back. But then, like I said, it kind of like, it tore me up a little bit because a lot of the innocent that don't know these scriptures, when you hear things like that and you let it walk, it becomes a problem. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right, I
It's like,
got you.
can't let poor doctrine spread, because when you do, guess what? It gets bad.
Right, I agree 100% with that because the people, like I was had text, I think it was yesterday or maybe the other night, and they sheeple, so they're gonna follow what they hear that's popular. So if you
Mm-hmm.
don't speak or stand for truth, they're gonna go along with it every time.
Exactly.
So
Exactly. Which made me come here in the first place when we was talking about one West style Hebrewism. Basically saying camp doctrine. Camp doctrine. And it's funny that last week I actually didn't even get to that point to explain the camp portion, because I basically showed the origin of the Hebrewism in America, how it got started, with Frank Cherry and Crowdy and all of that stuff, based upon a dream sequence that they had, which was, it's not bad. However they
right,
woke up, great. But later on, I think in the '60s maybe, we started getting these different schools of thought that
right,
started coming up. ISPUK, Israel United in Christ. All the names, GOCC.
right.
Basically that's literally all what you call Black Hebrew Israelites, as they would say.
Yeah, the
Okay,
different groups basically sound like different denominations, if you ask me.
yeah, different denominations, and a lot of them, right? And it's funny, they try to, I guess, separate themselves from Christianity, right?
But it's the
They get
same.
in reality, all they are basically Protestants. It's like how,
Right, the Protestant Reformation.
yeah, they like separated from the Catholic Church. So basically, what these guys really were doing was separating themselves, literally saying, from the white people. If you want me to say it in the truth, all right.
Right,
And what they did is took everything that traditionally was painted white and flipped it, put a little
right.
brown and
Covered in
black on it.
chocolate.
Huh?
Dipped in chocolate. It's
hmm
like,
Spend
right,
some new names and stuff, paraphrases and all kind of stuff like that. But literally, they are just as the Protestants of old were, like
right,
the Martin Luther did when separated from the Catholic Church. You got the Lutheranism all those different denominations of Christianity,
Yeah.
Protestant Christianity.
Right.
But
It's
it's funny
basically just
that
religion.
they would deny their Christianity. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah, but
That's
it's
that's
still
the funny part.
Christianity.
hmm
So
And that's why you heard me say in the beginning of that, I said I have guys that are true Christians, and then you
right.
have the fake the funk Christians. Those ones that I was referring to is the one West style funk faking.
Okay.
All right, they fake the funk. They try to mimic the heritage, basically the color. That's the only thing that they really come up with, and pretty much they turn around and twist Torah. Like I said, they take chips, cherry picks. They give you a false doctrine of something that's supposed to be prophetic, like of 2,000, 3,000 years differences and stuff like that. And then you run with it. That's why I was saying the One West doctrine. It is funny that One West doctrine has been spread so bad that
Yeah.
every one of us has had a taste of it. We say some of the most One West dumb shit. I have to say it like that. All right?
Right. Yeah.
Unknowingly, because guess what? A lot of us are spreading what was spread to them through their, I guess you would call it, One West thought, that was being spoken of. Because, most of those camps, it's only like a few here and there that actually lead. The rest of them are just followers, the pawns. They don't know any better.
Right.
Don't even know these scriptures. Don't have an idea of these scriptures. And when you address them, right, they are
Mm.
told by their heads, keep quiet, don't
Yep.
respond, don't
Right.
talk to them,
Right.
stay away from
Hey,
them.
they probably got like a list of of guys who they know that are like Torah only. And be like, oh, that's that guy there, man. Don't respond to him or don't say that to him, man, because he's gonna do this or he gonna drop this scripture. You ain't gonna know it. I
hmm
guarantee you.
You ain't gonna know it. You're not gonna be able to handle it, and that's why I was saying, like I told the guy last week, I said a lot of times I don't necessarily like to show certain fulfillments of scripture because I save it for like when you have like debates and stuff like that. I don't
Right.
want to like give too much away for this only
Mm,
that reason. But you know what? It's kind
makes
of
sense, bro.
double sword against me too, because guess what? By me not doing that, I'm also depriving
Mhm.
those that don't know any better from knowing the
Right.
truth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand that.
hmm
You know, I
So it's
thought
like,
about it myself from time to time.
hmm and it's funny, like last week, you pretty much could get all of them on here saying what they're saying, and, give them a fresh, go ahead, speak freely. You're not gonna hear me interrupt you and say you're wrong or this and that. And I didn't do. I did good. I did actually good. Man, I
Right.
bit my tongue off.
Right. Like I said, I caught the back end of that show, and I
Yeah,
was kind of listening, and I was listening to what he was saying, and I'm like, what the? Okay, it
yeah.
must be one of them nights where, True trying to let them speak and get their opinions out. So,
hmm
I kind of was like, okay, I'm just gonna just listen in on this. But,
And it was funny. I ended up agreeing mostly with the true Christian guy. It was so
right.
bad, what I'm saying. Not
Mm.
not to take anything away from what their beliefs are, what their
Right.
beliefs are, but I seemed to work out with them. But the Torah only guy was so bad. I was like, this is kind of like embarrassing me. I'm talking about
Right.
One West Hebrewism, and I'm getting a prime example of One West Hebrewism right here, right here.
Right.
You know what I mean? Not to put them down, but when you don't know and you actually turn around and disagree, you gotta actually tell me why do you disagree with certain things. And then his thing
Right.
was is he don't see, he never read it like in the history.
Mhm.
History.
Right.
Then
I
when
understand that because of my fault. Not to cut you off. I
no,
understand
you
that
good.
because my thing is one thing to be, ignorant of scriptures. And then it's another thing to blatantly, disapprove of the truth. Because, a person who haven't really heard or read it they basically ignorant of what's going on if they haven't studied or researched the proper history, then they kind of ignorant. But once you hear it, it's like you got a master teacher like you and some other guys. They tell you, and you go back and research that thing, and you realize, hey, you were wrong. Then you got to come on with it. You can't keep walking, in
Can't
that
keep
in that
walking.
ignorant path. Then you become a fool if you keep walking in that ignorant path, and you know the truth. Somebody expressed it to you, So that's my take on that, and I
No,
see it all
no,
the time.
no. It was so bad. I think when you did come in and you did you stopped one thing when I think we were talking about with the nations, and you made a good point, and I don't think you still understood it.
Oh
I don't
yeah,
think you still got the
yeah,
point. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
I think you
I
still
I
got the
bet he
point.
thought about it for a second though. I bet he did.
hmm
Yes, sir.
But
So
that's the funny thing about that One West doctrine. It is like a poison to the heritage, if you really think about it,
right.
because it gives people some false hope, false beliefs that this is this and this is how the scriptures is talking about us. No doubt, it was
Oh
talking about
yeah.
us without any doubt. Nobody's not saying that, but there's a message. There's a bigger picture that must be met or even taught to those that come even after us. You know what I'm saying? And guess what? It was funny that I said that he was jumping prophet to prophet to prophet to prophet to prophet to prophet. Even though he was out of the eras and the timelines.
Right.
But the funny thing is, they all gave the same message to the saga
Right.
of the house. Okay,
Right.
which should have been the most important thing you would get out of it. It's the same message. Come back to the Most High. Don't follow these damn heathens, which is the other nations. Don't not go out there like a lot
Right.
of times when West talk about, well, the Most High is gonna come back. He's gonna kill the heathen and this and that. Like okay, if the Most High chooses to do that, but if that's all we're waiting for, then we're never going to get ourselves on the right path,
It's
huh?
funny. It's funny. It's funny that you say that because it's like that's their message. Their message is like, oh, he's gonna Most High's gonna come back and kill all the heathens, and he's gonna put us in our rightful place, and they're all gonna be gone, and they're gonna be my slaves. Like, come on now, that's not the message of the book.
Mm,
It's never been our message. Our
never.
message was always, hey, sons of Jacob, get back online. Get back on the right path, so I can,
Mm,
bless you and protect you and make sure you
mm,
flourish. That's the message. So
mm.
yeah, them
And
guys,
that's like the same thing. Like I think we said it a couple of shows back, and I hate to always pick on the Christian persuasion, which they had their origin. Because one day I'm gonna do one on the origin of Christianity too, and then I'm gonna hit a lot of things that's dealing with Marcionites, Marcionism. You know what I'm saying? Where Marcion is basically what the New Testament
yeah,
is
I'm about to
basically
say I never heard
based
of
upon,
those.
huh?
I'm about to say I
Based
never heard
upon.
of those. Yeah, I don't even know that.
Yeah, but that's how we got the modern New Testament really today, based on Marcion. Because basically he saw that the the God of the Israelites was like specific and really pertained to that set of people and whatnot. And they said, well, what about us? What about us? So we created I guess you call it, like we would say, Hebrew thought or Marcionite thought. And voila,
Marshall
you
nights,
get the
huh?
New Testament.
Mm,
You get the New Testament. You know what I mean?
mm.
Not saying anything is wrong with the New Testament if that draws you to the Most High. I'm not gonna knock that.
Right,
But the doctrine is the thing that I have a problem with. Even
right,
Christians today, you put some color on them, they have a problem with Catholic or Catholicism because they don't want to follow the Catholic Church, right?
right. They don't.
They're doing the same thing as the Protestants. The Protestants did. They protested the Catholic Church because they didn't like it. They didn't
Right.
like what they were doing. They didn't like what they were saying. Creeds and all this and that. Well, guess what? You want to be a Christian? Guess what? You have to eat that too. Those are part of your creeds. And it's funny that those most of those creeds tell you to not be Israel. Tell you to not
Sure.
be the very foundation of people that the book is actually talking about. That's the funny part.
Right. Yeah, that's
They
interesting.
created a way for you to hate your own self and be proud of it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I talk about that with a couple people myself. It's like, you got to be proud of your heritage. Like it's basically like in a nutshell, knowing knowing yourself and your people. It's like if you deny yourself and your people, then who are you? Like,
Hmm.
so yeah, I don't understand that. It's like, yeah, people, we have certain people be so confused about religion that they don't realize that they being taught, the wrong way. And like you said, when
Hmm.
guys like you and some other elders, they come in and let them know, and they still deny it. Yeah, so
Hmm. Well, this guy, I mean, last week, I mean, not to knock him because he didn't know any better. He was actually basically denouncing anything that I've ever taught, literally. It's like you
right.
ignore all of the other, things that you should have learned. This is not something that we would do it this last week. We got started. We have years upon years of saying the same thing over and over. Okay, I'm like, what's going on here? Have you been not paying attention? You just gonna still roll with the same old dumbed down doctrine because it's not doing
Right.
you any good. Like you used to hear me all the time. I hate it when guys turn around and say, "We're in Babylon." Dude, that is Babylon.
Yeah, that's that one West thing, like you say. That's what that is.
Yeah, yeah. And it's funny,
Mm.
you ask them, where do we read anything that connects us back to Babylon? And you know where they read it at? They read it in the book of Revelations, which is the
Right.
very uh,
Babylon the
book
Great.
that they
Oh.
turn around and say they don't do that. I said, if you don't uh, follow the New Testament, you don't follow Christianity, then where are you getting this junk from that you're saying? Because it's only written in those places.
Yeah. That'd be like Flee
Huh?
Babylon. Flee Babylon the Great. That's
It is
crazy.
funny how they miss the greatest points. Jeremiah said it, come ye out of her, my people. Come out of what?
Right.
Come out of Babylon. Right? Come out of Babylon. Like, learn not the ways of the heathen. Come out of these, philosophies that these other
Mhm.
nations have given you.
Right. That's
And that's
self-explanatory from a
clear.
person who researches.
Hmm. Yeah. Like you gonna come out of something, but yet on the other side, you bring that same thing that you're supposed to have came out of
Right.
really out
Practicing
to the
their
forefront. I mean,
religions.
what are you doing? You know
Mhm.
what I'm saying? Putting a new spin on something that's it's sad that I have to bring up the thing with like the origin of Hebrewism and didn't even touch on what West uh, doctrine here. I still ain't really touch on it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So tonight anyway. But it's very funny that these guys they missed that part. But literally last week they were actually getting into a contention point. I just didn't say nothing. I wanted it to actually stop and end like in a nice situation with everybody, which it did. It did. But they were actually in a contention, when they started talking about manifestation and stuff like that.
Right.
But actually saying,
Yeah.
well, the Israelites are going to do this, and what I said is with he. The thing is red and funny. It says he. I mean, can it
Mhm.
get more clear than what is written? You know what I mean?
Right. I tell them now, the thing where they say reincarnation and stuff like that. I tell them now. I said ain't no such thing as reincarnation, man. It's inheritance. You can get an
Everything.
inheritance for your fathers. That's what I be telling them. 'Cause they got it all
Mm-hmm.
wrong. They thinking you can come back to life, in your same soul once you die, but you can't do that. I said the only logical and rational thing is you can adopt or the inheritance of your forefathers, and that comes
Exactly.
with according to Torah, that learning his wisdom that he teaches you, and different aspects of that blessing that passes on to you, but not no reincarnation. Like, nah, people. Yeah, people just mixed up. But I get it, because everybody got to start somewhere. But once somebody kind of point you in the right direction, it's like, yeah, I gotta rethink that, man. Yeah, yeah,
It's
I
funny
don't think
that
I would
they're
go
saying
ahead.
that because like one of us would turn around and say even where the art or the origin of that reincarnation doctrine comes from, they would deny it. No, 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 we ain't like them. That comes from that Egyptian
Yeah,
prayers
it
and
is.
stuff like that.
Right, it is. What's that guy name? The Mazur them. Yeah, Mazur them, man, my brothers. Mazur them think they can
Somebody
reincarnate.
said,
Osiris, yeah, that's who it was. Yeah, think they can
and
reincarnate.
they would deny that.
Yeah.
Oh no, no, we ain't got nothing to do with that, dude. That's 100% one-on-one, one for one, exactly what that is. You know what I mean?
Yep. And then they don't be realized until like they be saying they be really actually saying David's gonna reincarnate, you know, because they be like, oh, David's gonna rule the throne. David is resting in peace, or he's not gonna reincarnate. You know,
No.
he
Well,
said the
let me
son
pull
of
out that
David.
Ezekiel 18. Let me pull that out because I was saying that on Brother Ben, his phone was getting hot, very hot. But I was
Yeah, it's
trying to,
gonna be a hot year.
I had him read Deuteronomy 32 because Deuteronomy 32 was one of the key spots. A lot of the I call it Torah Centered use to I guess to push their little doctrine on being in captivity and this and that stuff like that,
Right.
which is that when the Most High put his I guess Torah situation going with Moses, right? One would think that that would never change. You know
Right.
what I
It
mean?
doesn't.
Now the thing is, he did something different when they got to the Ezekiel time, the Babylonian time, literally.
Mhm.
And he made a change. He changed it to the point now. It's like giving us a choice. Just like the Deuteronomy curses, you have a choice. You can take the blessing path, you can take the cursing path. Majority of the ancestors, right, took that
Right.
cursing path. We wouldn't be here today feeling as if we like cursed and we them people. It was only just for us to realize we were the people.
Right.
You know what
And
I'm
you know
saying?
what? And I be telling people, I talk about that too with certain people. The thing is, if the Most High didn't bless us, how would we have survived all this, terror and plagues and destruction that so we have been going through over the years? It ain't but one way how, and
Hmm. Exactly.
phone
That's the
message.
very that's the very thing too. Like when we talk about salvation and deliverance, you get what I'm saying?
Right.
Most High, He's the one that does all that delivering us from whatever type of situation that's perilous, or delivers us in a situation where we're looking, I guess, bad behind the eight ball type of thing. You know what I mean? It's not hard for people to understand that when they will put their insight on the greater message from the beginning. He did that to the ancestors in Egypt, and they didn't even
Right.
do anything wrong to get themselves put in Egypt. They
Right.
didn't do anything. They didn't go into Egypt because they sinned. You know what
Right.
I'm
They
saying?
wouldn't never.
Right. They were
They
punished,
wouldn't.
obviously, so that you know to fulfill the actual prophetic speech when it was told to Abraham. Right? What would happen to his seed down the road? Right?
Right.
But the
That's
funny
true.
thing, a lot of brothers and sisters miss that because of one West doctrine.
Yeah, I think a lot of them confused about that very subject, and that's why when, like I said, the other shows, why reason why I said that because a lot of them don't realize like when Jacob and his sons was I got that wrong. No, it was Abraham. Now Jacob when Joseph was sold into Egypt, and Jacob and the rest of the sons came into Egypt. They started prospering. They got fat.
Mm-hmm.
They had the good of the land. You like
Mm-hmm.
the Bible says. They sucked the fat, the good of the land. They had it all, and
Mm-hmm.
that next second and third generation after they entered that land, they started departing away from the way of their forefathers. They started turning to the way of the heathens, and like you just explained, that's when that destruction started coming. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what created the cycle that they do still do
Mm-hmm.
to this day.
Exactly.
Once one generation of men stand up, in the Lord, and they get the blessings, they walk in the path, of Abraham, and the Lord start, raining down the good on them. That next generation come up, or that third generation come up, they start departing, and that
Mm-hmm.
cycle starts right back over because they start rejecting the laws, they start rejecting the commandments, they start trying to do their own quote unquote thing. They start falling the way of the
Mm-hmm.
heathen. They want to be like the heathens. They want what the heathen got. They want to do what the Jones do. They do
Yeah.
that. Like, we do that
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
you know. And that's
Mm-hmm.
just like my son now, I had to instruct him, and I constantly remind him that, like, hey, the reason why, our people have been going through so much suffering is because somebody, my granddad or my great granddaddy, they dropped the ball. They wanted to
Mm-hmm.
be like the heathens, and not follow the
Mm-hmm.
path. And that's why we in the predicament. So I drill that in his
Exactly.
head constantly.
Hmm. I feel sorry for Brother Ben anyway, because he was reading all of that. I knew he was going to struggle to read that, especially using that KJV version. And that thing was horrible, horrible, horrible. It even said hell in there. I said, whoa, damn, that transition is that bad?
The KJV.
Yeah.
Mm.
But you know what? That's another one of the go-to things with the One West. They use the KJV.
Mhm.
Remember saying these guys are out there in the street beating each other up with their books, throwing their books at each other? That's that
Right.
KJV. That KJV. Especially if KJV Bible is bound in like animal skin. A no, right? Torah told us
Yeah.
not to touch things that are unclean, the dead, etc.,
That's
etc.
wow.
And what do you think? You know what I'm saying? See, I got a brand new leather cover KJV. Well, you calling it the
Right.
Holy Bible, huh? You get it. You gotta be kidding yourself.
Funny
You gotta
story.
be
My first
kidding.
Bible I picked up was the KJV, and I remember just trying to struggle reading it, like it says, a lot of thou and
Mm-hmm.
and die, and yeah, it really confused you if you don't know what it's
Thou
talking
and
about.
die.
Thou shalt this and
Mm-hmm. Crazy. Um, Shalom, brother Eric. You want to hop on? Send you a link. Send you a link.
that's a long
Mm-hmm.
buckets out here. That's a long here, sir.
He was supposed to be on last night. I think brother Aaron and Jody wanted to, I guess dialogue with her. So I said I
Oh
would
yeah,
host it.
indeed.
Yeah, and they didn't actually come. He didn't come on, so I had to, guess, sort of do it. I wasn't intending on even me personally wasn't even going to be speaking. I was just going to host, but I ended up doing a lot of dog in there and do.
Right. Yeah, them two are actually a nice little powerful pair.
Oh yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
They were the
You can't knock over
original
that.
of the DOA when it came out.
Oh,
They
okay. I
were,
didn't know that.
yeah, especially Aaron. Aaron was like the one that did all the debates and stuff like. He was doing pretty good, pretty good, pretty good.
Right,
But
right.
you know, how the debate world goes. It becomes more now or less
Yeah, more
fake
popularity type
competition.
stuff.
Whoever you have in it,
Mhm.
you have a gallery and all that and that. The truth is
Who
being
can
thrown around,
wow
tossed
dazzle the
around.
crowd? That's what they
Razzle
be
and
looking for.
dazzle.
The little razzle
Mm-hmm.
and dazzle. That's what they looking for. The entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
I
What they
could
do.
myself, I could do that, but it's like why? To me it's like high school, and I remember being in the seventh grade or eighth grade, and being popular is easy, but it comes to a certain point, it comes tiring because you gotta be like a people pleaser. And it's like you're not being true to yourself. So it's like, yeah, no, I'm good. you know. I ain't never been a people pleaser. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm gonna do? It's biting me. I said I was gonna put up Ezekiel chapter 18 when Ben was on here, but now that I have it, even with the KJV version, I want to put it up. I'm gonna read it. It's short, and I'll challenge pretty much any. It could be a Torah set. It could be someone in Christian doctrine, etc., etc. How you doing, brother Eric? Shalom.
Shalom,
Welcome
sir.
back.
Shalom, what's up, y'all?
Yeah,
Hey, what's
shalom.
going on?
Nothing, man. All day. Just tapping in, see what y'all talking about.
Yeah, basically we're recapping from last week, literally. Talking about certain things of fulfillment and stuff like that. I know you disagree with a couple of things, which was I said. Welcome to disagree with it, but you know, at this time here, I know you coming on late, but
Yeah.
I wanted that other guy that could come on that, and I really didn't. I should have actually stopped dead then,
Who,
but I
who
didn't.
the Zadok? Brother Zadok?
No, not Zadok. I just said it earlier. It's funny that me and Zadok, we kind of agree with one another, you know, and that's the bid. You know what I'm saying?
Who's the other dude? I don't even remember.
I think it was a Torah Centered Great 202.
Oh, okay, okay,
Okay, yeah,
okay.
that was. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. But I'm gonna read chapter 18
Mm-mm.
of Ezekiel, right?
Oh, yeah, okay.
And, let's you good at dialogues and understanding certain things. I want to see how one could pretty much bypass this with anything, forward or backwards. Like a lot of guys just use Deuteronomy 32, use Deuteronomy, some of the curses and stuff like that, et cetera, and stay on that. And then like others like bypass it in the future with a Messiah, right? Not saying that there's no such thing as a Messiah, none of that. But I want you to do your best to see what you can come up with to bypass this. All right? Ezekiel chapter 18. I'm going to use the KJV. And you can stop me at any spot and place if you want to. All right? This would be helpful. All right. The word of the Lord that came unto me again, saying, he's talking to Ezekiel, what mean ye that ye use this proverb concerning the land of Israel, saying, the fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge? Question mark. As I live, says the Lord God, ye shall not have occasions anymore to use this proverb in Israel. Okay? Behold, all the souls are mine, as the souls of the Father, so also the souls of the Son is mine. The soul that sinneth, it shall die. All right, very clear. But if a man be just and do that which is lawful and right, and have not eaten upon the mountain, neither have lifted up his eyes to the idols of the house of Israel, neither has defiled his neighbor's wife, neither has come near to a ministry's woman, and has not oppressed any, but hath restored to the depth of his pledge, hath spoiled none by violence, hath given his bread to the hungry, and hath covered the naked with a garment. He that had not given forth upon usury, neither has taken any increase, that hath withdrawn his hand from iniquity, hath executed true judgment between man and man, right? Hath walked in my statutes and hath kept my judgments to deal truly. He is just, he shall surely live, says the Lord God. All right. If he beget a son that is a robber, a shedder of blood, and that doeth the like to any one of these things, and that doeth not any of those duties, but even have eaten upon the mountain and defiled his neighbor's wife, has oppressed the poor and needy, have spoiled by violence, have not restored the pledge, and have lifted up his eyes to the idols, have committed abomination, right? Have given upon or given forth upon usury and have taken increase, shall he live? Question mark. All right. He shall not live. He hath done all these abominations. He shall surely die. His blood shall be upon him. All right. Now, lo, if he beget a son that seeth all his father's sins, which he hath done, considereth and doeth not such like his father, literally, that have not eaten upon the mountain, neither have lifted up his eyes to the idols of the house of Israel, have not defiled his neighbor's wife, neither hath oppressed any, have not withholden the pledge, neither hath spoiled by violence, but hath given his bread to the hungry, and hath covered naked with garment, have taken off his hand from the poor, that have not received usury nor increase, hath executed my judgments, hath walked in my statutes, he shall not die for the iniquity of his father, he should surely live. All right. I want you to tell me, and I'm going to probably read verse 22. The soul that sinneth, it shall die. The son shall not bear the iniquity of the father, neither shall the father bear the iniquity of the son. The righteousness of the righteous shall be upon him, and the wickedness of the wicked shall be upon him. You see that as any need, I would say, for someone to still need someone else to step in for them, to do such and such for them. Besides, like say like
Mm-hmm.
we here or those that are out here trying to, I guess, point our brothers and sisters back to the Most High and His ways, etc., etc. You think that there's any scripture or passage that you could come that could overrule that chapter,
Mm-hmm.
Ezekiel 18?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Obviously, yeah. I think there's scripture that can, uh, I would say, kind of offset what is.
Mm-hmm. What if you say that some scripture? I mean, where would you use? I mean, what you've read upon that you think that could bypass that.
Ezekiel 18, how I see it, it's saying, uh, pretty much, it's a.
Are you breaking up?
Mm-hmm.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's hard for me to switch to my Bible app and talk on the phone. But I think if you look at Ezekiel 18 verse 2, right, and it
Mm-hmm.
says it's a proverb among Israel, right? Does it
Right.
say it's a proverb
Verse 2
that
you're talking about, right? But let me read it.
yeah,
What mean ye that ye use this proverb concerning the land of Israel, saying the fathers have eaten sour grapes and the children are set upon edge? Yeah, that comes literally from Deuteronomy 32. But yeah, go ahead.
right. So it's going to the law like to me, I think they were using that to say if your father sinned, right, that it'll pass down to its own, like his children, right? So they was using that proverb amongst Israel. So the Most High was like, nah, don't use that proverb no more. It's gonna be like every man's gonna be required of from their own sin, right?
Correct. Absolutely.
Yeah. So I see it like I was just trying to see you see it the same way.
Yeah, that's exactly what that really is. It's saying basically.
Right.
Hmm.
Okay. So now when we get to like the question you asked me, as far as like, do we see somebody coming in between or offsetting dying for their sins, right? Or atoning for their sins, right? Is that what
Hmm.
that's your question?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's obvious, we like to go to Isaiah 53. We can argue up and down that one. So
Hmm.
I'll say, whoever, you don't got to say
But
that's Christ.
the problem using Isaiah 53, and the only reason I'm saying it's a problem is because we are referring to uh, Ezekiel chapter 18, which comes years after Isaiah 53, literally, basically, kind of like that kind of blocks that path also, because this is an after thing. But if you think that Isaiah 53 could actually bypass this, I mean, what key verse you think would it could be that could be used for this? Because this is funny that you say in Isaiah 53, because Ezekiel was one of the ones, like a lot of the indoctrinated, they try to say that that was talking specifically about Ezekiel, you know, contrary to the statement. I mean, I know a lot of them try to use that as the Messiah, and a lot of them try to use that as, say, uh, Hezekiah. A lot of them try to use that as
Ezekiel
literally
18, somebody say
Israel.
that. They'll say that about
No,
Ezekiel
no, I'm
18.
talking Isaiah 53. Isaiah 53.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
trying to
yeah,
figure out
yeah.
how. I'm trying to say how could Isaiah 53 bypass Ezekiel chapter 18?
Well,
What?
the reason I say that, I mean, I get what you're going with as far as because Ezekiel was pretty much in Babylon with the Israelites, and Isaiah was during the time of Hezekiah and them. So I get what you're
Mhm,
saying, that he was prophesying way before. Ezekiel was prophesying way before Isaiah's time,
or
but
way after his time. Way after.
well, I mean, way after his time,
Hmm.
which is cool. I mean, yeah, I mean, but what I'm saying is, even with the Most High saying in Ezekiel that a soul is gonna die for this and that sin, right? To
Hmm.
me, it's still what Isaiah put on the table, even though it was before Ezekiel made his prophecy.
But what I'm saying is, I know that you saying Isaiah 53, but what part of Isaiah 53, if we kind of
Yeah.
like we look
Well,
at
you
it
remember
from
you remember
from
Isaiah 53? You remember Isaiah
hmm
53? It says, I think at the end, because I can't really pull up my scriptures, it says
hmm
that he's gonna make a soul. His soul is gonna be a sin offering for many, right?
hmm
So if this person's soul is gonna be a sin offering to justify many, you see somebody you can like a lot of people say Isaiah 53 is talking about Israel, or it can be like you said, Hezekiah, or whoever
which is
whoever
still
yeah, whoever brethren think it is. All I'm saying is it's still a sin offering. Somebody is being a sin offering for the people, which is
hmm
kind of
well,
which is
I
Can I
get
can I
that
can
part.
I
I
can
get
I
that
say something
part.
real quick?
yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead, bro.
What is this? This Eric, the mad scientist, or another Eric?
No, it's
Nah, I
this
ain't no mad scientist, man. Not
Okay, this
me.
another Eric. Okay, yeah, I got y'all confused,
yeah.
man.
It actually sounded like a
Yeah,
little
yeah.
bit too, but it's
Yeah, he
different.
did when he first started talking. I'm like, hold on, this ain't Eric. you know. But I'm just gonna say I think it's like the point of view of the person, because it's like for Moses, you can kind of say Moses was like a person that showed Israel the path. So in a sense, he was like he wasn't a sin offering, but he was like a person, like a soul showing, a bearing the, the flame of the Most High, if that makes
Right.
sense to you. So it's like the perspective of, that prophecy. Like it wasn't saying that he was a sin offering, but it's in actuality, he was like a person to show them the way.
Right.
Right, right,
Yeah.
right, right. And we can all agree that, right? That's what's funny,
Yeah,
and this is
because
good.
oh, go ahead,
This is
true.
good too. It's good that you said that, because that also stems around Isaiah 53, because Isaiah 53, and that if you use that as that statement, right, that person is supposed to be like a sin offering or whatever. Like I said, I look at it as Israel, or I look at it as the nation. You got to remember
Right.
two sides of Israel. When you go back to it from a curses and a blessing situation, it's upon you, individual, like they're saying in uh, chapter 18, right? You choosing either death or you choosing life. So
Right.
you think about those that literally died against the nation, but whatever they died would be pretty much an example for what you would not want to
Do.
to be, going down for, as far as when it deals with sin and whatnot. So it would kind of actually work with, not against, using Isaiah 53, because that's why in chapter 18 you read it, the soul who sins shall what? Die.
Right.
So who, you get what I'm saying?
Right.
The opposite shall live.
Hmm.
And we all know, like I said, Ezekiel himself, he actually did what you call a demonstration of Isaiah 53. One could say, well, if somebody said, well, that was definitely talk about Ezekiel, we would all have to actually agree with it because of that. And if we would say, we know how it goes with the Hezekiah situation too, we'd have to agree that Hezekiah. We have to agree if we look at it as the nation. So it's like none of
Right.
us could be wrong on that. But I was trying to see how would
Mhm.
Isaiah 53 actually bypass it, because it would actually go along with it more than bypass
Right, and not only that, like I think the Most High told him that, hey, you're gonna be like an ensign for the people. Like whatever I do to you, that's what's gonna happen to them. And he at one point he had to build like almost like a board game of Jerusalem, and
it. Hmm.
basically, hey, the Most High told him, hey, do this and do that, and hey, cut off your hair, throw it in the wind. This
Hmm.
portion gonna be set on fire. Like it's
Hmm.
self-explanatory.
Right. So I'm trying to get what y'all saying. So are y'all saying in Isaiah 53, it is it's pointing to all Israelites, right? That's the soul that's being offered to justify many. That's Israel, right?
Yeah.
So if it's Israel, now when you go to Ezekiel 18, and if I'm seeing it the way you guys are seeing it, right?
Hmm.
If Israel, or this could be the remnant Israel that's being punished. I don't because I don't really get how y'all see Isaiah 53, but I know you're saying this pointing to, is it the remnant of Israel that's gonna be dying for the sins of the people?
I don't think it's like literally looked upon as a prophecy, Isaiah 53, to begin with, because it was really a song. And the thing is, nobody's going to be able to, like, you can put it up for even AI. Isaiah 53 doesn't necessarily mean that it was written during the timeline of anything pertaining to all the rest of Isaiah. Not saying that it's not a credible book or anything, or a credible chapter. What I'm saying is, if that Isaiah could be talking about something during, say, the Babylonian captivity, then that puts it right back on Ezekiel again, and right back on not bypassing, but actually uh, 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 enhancing it. You get what I'm saying?
And you saying if it is in the future, it might be talking about Ezekiel during the Babylonian captivity. That's what you're saying.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, yeah.
For
So
him,
with that, with that being said, if Isaiah 53 was probably referring to Ezekiel during the Babylonian captivity, right?
mhm,
So why? I guess my thing is, why is Ezekiel saying that every man shall die for their own sin?
that's the thing. That's the thing. You got a good point. Why is Ezekiel saying it? The thing is, we have to really look at that without true lenses. Is Ezekiel saying that, or is the Most High saying that? to Ezekiel.
Well, yeah, it's the Most High. He's saying it.
Right. That's
He's
where we
saying it, but he's using it. Ezekiel's the agent, but it's the Most High's words.
right saying it to Ezekiel to actually what you say, get that out to that particular group, that remnant that was left, right there for them to make a decision. Because now y'all in captivity. It's either
Hmm.
you're gonna have to get your stuff together now, or guess what? If you don't, you're gonna die.
Okay, I see what you're going. You're seeing it as in Isaiah 53. It could be pointing to Ezekiel. Now, when the message gets to Ezekiel, because you do in Isaiah 53, you do see somebody standing in the gap for a sin offering for the people, right? Like it's
Mhm.
clear that Isaiah
Well,
53 says that.
yeah, but the problem is the wording sin offering is a little bit different because it's saying soul offering.
Yeah.
Or a
We
soul
don't
offering.
have we don't actually, we don't have anything in Torah written specifically about a soul offering. We have sin offering, yes. Soul offering, no. Now like I said, it enhances because even when you read in chapter 18 of Ezekiel, what he's talking about is your soul. The soul that sins shall die. You get
Right,
what I'm saying?
but in Isaiah 53, it says that his soul shall be a sin offering for the people. I think it would say, I
Right,
don't got it, so I can't even read.
right. That's not a sin offering for, like mostly people do offerings or whatever sacrifices to the Most High. This one is different. A soul
In
offering
Isaiah
is
in
literally,
Isaiah 53
literally
is different, you're saying, right?
no. I'm saying Isaiah 53 is more or less enhancing Ezekiel chapter 18, so it doesn't bypass any part of it. It actually helps it.
Wait, I'm confused so you're saying Isaiah 53 is enhancing Ezekiel 18,
Correct. It
but
doesn't bypass
to
it.
me, but to me,
I think he breaking up. Yeah, he breaking all the way up or something.
Yeah. Well, I would have to actually wait for him to kind of explain how he sees it as a bypass. You understand what I'm saying? It,
Yeah, I get
it's
it.
actually far from bypassing it. It's more enhancing it. I mean, if I were to
Yeah,
use that would actually kind of be a bad example. You would have to use like there's got to be another scripture that could actually be better than that one. That one
right.
that doesn't really
Right, because
help.
saying bypass is like you taking a vein or artery from the heart and basically
Hmm.
skipping something and going to another part or the valves or some of the heart.
Hmm. And then we look at the language of it when it's starting off. They're saying no more, no more. The Most High is saying no more. He's bypassing even what he stated in Deuteronomy. You get what I'm saying? He's
Right,
bypassing himself. That's the only thing, and you don't read nowhere else where he bypasses his own statement there.
right.
Shalom, brother Aaron. Shalom, brother.
So long.
You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm trying to see how is it. You want to use Isaiah 53, great and all that, but to me, and even where it's structured in, there's not a verse in Isaiah 53 that we could use to bypass Ezekiel 18.
Yeah, I
There's
don't like
none.
that. I don't even like that word play for the word bypass. I'm just gonna be honest.
Mhm. And I have to say it like that for the specific reason of how does one use man's word, like from a song or a poet, to bypass the Most High's own words?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? How do we do that? The only real way you could get a scripture to do that, it would have to be the Most High saying, "All right, scratch scratch what I stated in Ezekiel chapter 18, and we're gonna do it this way."
Right. That don't even make any sense for him to even do that. So, but
Hmm.
a lot of people would try to say what they were trying to say, because during the time where he was finna destroy the people, and they'll try to say, oh, the Lord repented, or he repented of doing evil to Israel. This is not what that means. You know,
That's
but
that's
people
that's
try to
why
say like he bypassed himself. Like what?
that's why like that was very important that one would hear the distinctions there. Soul offering, sin offering, two different things. Two different things. Sin offering, yes, we read that in Torah. Soul offering is something different.
Yeah, I
You
don't
get
know.
what I'm saying? In your soul,
Right,
you offering your soul. That's you on your own. That's for your own. You know what I'm saying? You offering your
right,
soul.
it,
Hey,
it,
he don't accept soul offerings. When did he
right,
start doing that?
right. It's like it say in the scripture. It says, the soul and the Father and the Son belong to me. And that's the
That's
Most
right.
High, not
Yeah.
yourself. So you can't offer
Yeah,
your
that's
own.
your
So
stuff. What you gonna get out of that? It's already his soul.
exactly.
You gonna pay me with
It's
my own money?
right, exactly. And it says it in the book of Malachi. When it says you just said it. The tithes and offering, it belongs to me. How you gonna pay it back to me? Like, and if he said that about tithes and offering, like the grain or whatever, now the fat of the land, so how you gonna give him your soul that belongs to him?
Yeah, it already is. If you give the choice, he lets you borrow it. You know what I'm saying? You choose
Exactly.
to live or you choose to die. But when it's coming down to the soul, you lose your soul. You pretty much there's no repentance for that. Gone,
Right.
done, finished, out of here. I don't even think we could read anything, even in the New Testament, that could bypass this one.
Yeah, I
And
don't
it's funny
recall
that
anything saying anything in the New Testament about this. So not
yeah,
one
that's the
thing.
part that would be very hard for anyone to bypass Ezekiel chapter 18 with any other type of thing, unless you be a scripture. Well, you're going to run out of scriptures because, like you said, you know where scriptures end, and you know where passages begin. Passages are not scripture. That's how it goes. It's got to have at least a "Thus saith the Lord" in there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? In order for us to even hear it, to even consider it. And literally Isaiah 53, like I said, that more likely enhance that bypass it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But I
Yeah,
was
that
but
guy.
I
He
was
his
wanting to,
phone must have messed up or something. I see is that him still on the line, Eric? I guess.
no, this is Aaron.
Oh, okay.
Shalom, Aaron. Shalom, Aaron.
What's going on, y'all? I'm on the road right now. I'm just muting up because I got a little background noise,
Oh
man.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
okay.
No, I'm just letting them know that
Same over here.
it's not because
Peace, peace.
brother EB was just on and he had a bit of conflict. I think he's back now.
Okay, yeah. Nah, bro, we seen E earlier today, man. It's such a small world, man. It's crazy how this shoot man, how everything work.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What's
What
up,
it do,
boy?
E? What's happening, bro? Good to see you,
Good
man.
to see you, bruh. Yeah, man. I was like, look
Oh
at the
man,
op, man, with his
shoot.
team, man. He's doing the positive thing in the community, man. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all
Come
live
on,
close
bro.
by each other,
Shoot,
huh?
man. It's us trying to daggone. Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, man, we gotta break these curses, man. Like, like when you looking back, and you really see that like a really like an egregious thing we did was not caring about the community, man. Like that was up there. So,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Yeah.
the elderly, the fatherless, and I deal with that a lot. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
those in need, man, they
Brother
go a
Aaron,
That's
long
what's
way.
up.
yeah. I know you came on late. I'm probably gonna read it again too. Maybe you can help him too. You're not saying picking on you, E, but I'm just saying so that we can see if there is some type of bypass for Ezekiel chapter 18.
Hey man, I apologize if y'all hear noise.
Oh yeah, no, no.
Gotta eat this sandwich, man.
Mhm. We're basically read verses 1 through 5, right? And then you can basically
Yeah,
go back.
y'all hear me? Y'all hear me?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Oh, hey, yo, True.
Mm-hmm.
Was you hearing what I was asking you earlier though?
You kind of
I
breaking up a
cut
little
out.
bit. Yeah,
You
it's
said I
kind of
was
cutting
breaking
out.
up.
Mm-hmm.
So what I was asking, because so in Isaiah 53, right? You were
Mm-hmm.
saying it was pointing to Ezekiel, right?
Well,
Well,
some
wait.
say
Let
that
me let me
some.
let me refresh. Let me refresh.
Mm-hmm.
Let me refresh. We was because we was talking about as far as like there's a sin offering, right? Like we see
Soul
some
offering.
type of a soul offering,
Soul
soul
offering.
offering. Yeah.
Right.
So is
Soul
we
offering.
see somebody standing in the gap, and what I was saying, like it don't matter. Like yeah, some people think it could be Jesus, or some people think it's Israel, whatever.
Yeah,
All
it
I
can
was
be.
saying,
You can include anyone you want to in there. But
yeah,
the problem is, where do we read in Torah that a soul offering is something that the Most High requires? You know what I'm saying? We know about offerings. We know about grain offerings. We know, all those other offerings, and they have specific instructions on those. You know what I'm saying? But when we're coming down to soul offering, we talk about something that's totally, totally different. Nothing to do with anything that we could like utilize as an example of repenting of somebody's sin. You get what I'm saying? Because he's saying it clearly in chapter 18 that the soul belongeth to him, regardless of it. So the soul that sinneth shall die. He ain't gonna be able to change that. You get what I'm saying? You're not gonna be able to
right,
change
yeah,
that. There is no,
right,
there ain't even no someone could come along later to all of a sudden change those souls that have already went to him for sin. You can't do nothing about it.
right,
So that's why
yeah,
a soul
yeah. I
offering
get
is not something that we would mess with to try to
right.
even, because there's nothing in Torah that you can come up with to bypass that.
Agree. I guess yeah. As far as what Ezekiel 18 is saying, it's saying yeah, the soul shall die for its own. I'm just saying it's because when you were saying in Isaiah 53, it could be Israel, right? So, and you saying
It
that
could
it
be
was
it
probably
could.
hold on, let me
Well,
finish real fast. I'll
let me
let you get it because I
go
want
ahead.
you to understand like how you see it. So when you saying Isaiah 53 could be talking Ezekiel, right?
It could
So are
be
you
Ezekiel. It could be Hezekiah. It could be Josiah. It could be Aaron. It could be Bakar Emerson. It could be
yeah,
me. It could
you
be
seeing it
you. But
Israel.
the thing
Yeah,
is, the nation, the nation. There's no
yeah, the
way
nation.
to really get out of the nation of Israel. It's no way around it. So if you say Ezekiel, you're 100% correct. If you say Hezekiah, you're 100% correct. If you say
Right.
uh, Dodi, you're 100% correct. If you say anybody that is of the nation, you are 100% correct. There is no wrong answer on that. But if you go outside
Right.
of that circle and not of the nation, then you have a problem trying to, you know,
Yeah.
bypass that.
So are you saying like the nation? So the nation. Are you saying that the ones that's making their soul for a sin offering is the remnant, like the righteous nation that's doing it to make its sin offering for to justify many? I think that's what because I can't pull up my scriptures, right?
It's sort of like when we say, let's pour out a drink for those that are not among us anymore. Like give you that kind of feeling. You know what I'm
You
saying?
said
You
pour out a
something to
drink for
deep
what?
think about for those that are not with us anymore.
Okay.
Makes you think about it. In other words, we lost some of our brothers and sisters and stuff to like things that were bad. Like drugs took them out. Such and such took them out. That would be something like similarity there. You know what I mean? that's like unfortunate events, but those were also eye openers for those of us who are the remnant, who are the ones that learn. You
Mhm.
know, you sin, your soul belongs to the Most High. That's it. You know, that soul, that's ones who sin shall die. So those
I
that want to do better, they know not to do what causes the death. So you
I was
don't
about to
need
say it.
someone to die literally individual for you because you have enough in the
Oh, okay.
nation
So
now.
you see it, you don't see it as something literal. You don't see Isaiah 53 as something like somebody literally dying for the dying for the people to justify. I mean, you see it as a kind of like a poetry type of, how can I, man, what's the word?
I mean, it is a song or poem. I mean, you
Yeah,
can only
okay.
see it as that. You can't see it any other way. You can't really get literal out of it, pretty much. I mean, it has
Yeah.
literal attributes and aspects, but it's not a literal. It's a song. It's a poem. But like I said, it could have been written during the time of the Babylonian captivity. I mean, even the scholars, they know
Well,
that
not
it could
Isaiah
be.
53 Isaiah 53 couldn't have been written. I mean, like you said, this was during way before Babylonian.
Well, not exactly. Like I said, the scholars, we got first and second, third, and even possible fourth Isaiah. Not all of the book that we have that's canonized of Isaiah was Isaiah. Some of it was those that obviously follow. Even some of those chapters, particularly, there is unknown authors of that, but it's been canonized, so we have to keep it. And then Isaiah 53, Isaiah 66, and all those latter portions of the book of Isaiah. They're not exactly, you know, when you read the language, they're not even dealing with the timelines that the actual Isaiah himself would have been dealing with. It's just because it's in this particular scroll doesn't mean that it's him. But that's a different conversation. But you can look that up too, even for yourself. See what I'm saying? I'm sure you've heard first, second, third Isaiah. But nonetheless, it's still in that form of language that it doesn't bypass Ezekiel chapter 18. And more or less, if it do anything, it enhances.
Think you might have fell off again.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm gonna hold it. I'll hold it for him. But even like you, Brother Vicar, you can't see anything that could bypass that. You have to
No
be.
sir.
There's nothing that can bypass it.
Man, my bad. I keep getting a phone call, bro.
Mhm. I mean, this is kind of good for like some of the greatest of the greatest for this one because not even the best scholars could come up with anything to get around
Now I don't think they can perform that triple heart bypass surgery now.
it. Nope.
Yeah, true.
Nope.
I guess it'll be interesting. I would like to hear like how you break down Isaiah 53. Um,
Yeah, I'm
it's
trying to
it's
hear it too to
it,
just get like a perspective of what is all being talked about.
yeah, and the reason I want to see it because you asked me about Ezekiel 18. Like we do see Ezekiel 18 that it says the soul that sinneth, it shall die. You don't blame it on your fathers, don't blame it on your mothers. Don't be using that
Hmm.
proverb. The
Right.
soul that sinneth,
And
you
he
die.
said
But now,
he will not be used anymore. Meaning like no more ever
right,
again in Israel. So in other words, he's making a change. He's saying what he said to Moses in Deuteronomy that he's making this change. He said, all right. Y'all ain't getting it. I understand, but this is how I'm gonna do it now. I'm gonna give you a choice. You sin. That's on your soul. You shall die.
right. So what I was
You be just. You get right. You live. That's what he's saying.
so yeah, so that's what I was saying. True. Like, do
There's
you
no
see it
man.
like
There's no nothing that you could do bypass that. There's no getting around that. You make that decision.
Right. So what I was saying is, and when I since you said that Isaiah was prophesying during Hezekiah
Me,
time,
I
right?
no, well, right, right,
Ho-
right.
ho- So
Me,
hold on, let me ask
I
you a
didn't say
question so
Isaiah
I can be clear in
53
your
was
understanding.
prophecy at all. Me personally, because
Oh, you don't think Isaiah 53 is a prophecy at all?
no, I think it's just a poem, song,
Okay.
and actually was basically written, during the time frame, possibility of Babylon, and not that it needed to be written in the time frame of Babylon, because it could have been written during Hezekiah's time, and it would be Hezekiah. So there's no real edge that one could get, whether it be Hezekiah or Ezekiel or anybody of the nation of Israel. You can't get around it because it still points back to the nation of Israel.
Yeah, I guess to me, if it's a nation here, to me, that's why I said when you asked me what scripture do I see that kind of off, well, that kind of
Could
well, I wouldn't even
bypass
say
chapter
offset
18.
or that kind of. That's why I went to Isaiah 53 because to my understanding, whoever y'all you guys think it is, or what I'm saying is there's a somebody that's standing in the gap. It could be the remnant of Israel standing in the gap for the unrighteous Israel, or it could be the prophets, whoever that's standing in the gap for Israel. They're making a sin offering for the people to justify
Well,
them.
the,
So what?
well,
So
the
what?
problem the, the problem is we have to make sure that we're not saying sin offering is one thing that is different. We're talking
Yeah,
about a soul offering.
right,
So
right. Soul, but a soul is one person. What I'm saying is, oh, somebody's echoing.
My
Yeah,
bad.
it echo.
Oh, okay. So
yeah.
so what I'm saying is it that Isaiah? Well, you don't see Isaiah 53 as a prophecy. You see it as a poem. But to me, like even if it's a poem, to me a poem got a
Mhm.
meaning to represent something, or yeah, just to represent something. Like you ain't. I don't think it's just a poem, and it's not like every poem got some meaning behind it. So I guess
Mhm.
if it's a poem, like what would be the meaning behind that? The Most High using that. I guess my question to you.
Well, the real only way we're really supposed to really examine that, we put the thought on the side about it bypassing Ezekiel 18, and we pull out Isaiah 53. We can pull that out, right? But when we pull that out, then we're going to actually not get anything close to getting towards the Ezekiel 18 thing, so that's later. So we have to stay within the actual contention or the timeline. It don't have to be. We can put Hezekiah on the side. We don't even have to use him. We don't even have
Hmm.
to use him. What not?
Hmm.
We don't even have to use him. What we could use, right, is innocent, innocent Israel, the nation,
Yeah.
innocent Israel, and we know that innocent Israel suffered even before they sinned. So you're not going to really be able to gain anything out of it either. Am I right? Because we know that innocent Israel suffered in Egypt. Correct?
What you mean innocent Israel suffering in Egypt? You talking about you saying the righteous
Whether you be
Israelites suffering in
righteous or
Egypt?
whether you not be righteous, when you be looking at those Israelites that was in Egypt, they
Mhm.
wasn't put in captivity for anything wrong. Am I correct?
You talking about? Wait, I'm lost. Hold on. You saying? Hold on, I'm lost. So you saying the who got put in Egypt? The innocent Israel?
Innocent Israel was in captivity in Egypt.
Like what period? Because we know Israel went to Egypt many times.
Well, we had to talk about the Egyptian captivity. How we would actually say it. When they were in
You talking
Egypt,
about Moses?
and then Moses came along. It got divided.
Hmm.
That that Israel, that was innocent Egypt. That wasn't sinful Egypt. I mean, that wasn't sinful Israel. That was innocent Egypt. That was in captivity.
Hmm.
Any other
But
time that they ended up in
to my
Egypt,
knowledge,
that was
all
something
is
different.
well not. But but to my knowledge, everybody that everybody came out of Egypt though. He didn't. Well, if you better have put that blood on your doorpost, pretty much everybody came out. So I'm trying to see like when did the innocent Israelites save the unrighteous Israelites that was in Egypt. I don't know. I'm just trying to track it.
Pretty much like with them being in captivity, and the Most High did not like that. That I don't know much what you could get out of it to kind of like deny innocent innocent Israel. But I mean, like I said, to even
Yeah.
say that, when I said that, I was saying to let you know that you don't have to necessarily use Hezekiah. You don't necessarily have to use Isaiah. You don't necessarily have to use Ezekiel. You don't have to
Right.
necessarily use any of us. But innocent, you said when you were saying about the language of Isaiah 53, it's still going to point back to the name. There's no way around that one.
Right. That's fair. I'm saying if you want to use a nation, that's fair. If you want to use a nation being a sin offering to the people, you see that's like the remnant nation or the righteous that's suffering for the wicked. I mean, that's fair. But to me, this is why I'm saying like if you're using that, if you're saying that, it still is going to go against Ezekiel because Ezekiel said every man's going to die for their own sin. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's
That's
why I
why I
said
was
it. But
letting you
now,
know that
but
you
I was
Isaiah
asking.
53, it doesn't bypass. It doesn't bypass. It enhances. It doesn't bypass it.
Well, you don't see it as prophecy. That's fair. I mean, if you don't, I just to
No,
me
no,
when
no.
I when
Let's say if it's a prophecy. Say if it's a prophecy. If it's a
well, I
prophecy,
think it's a
okay, let
prophecy.
it be.
Yeah, I think it's a prophecy.
What
Obviously, you
what
don't.
what
But
what would it be prophesying to?
you said what?
What would it be prophesying to? That's what we have to look at.
Well,
Say if it
if
is a
you say,
prophecy.
but like for instance, right? Like in Ezekiel, when he says that he's going to bear the iniquities of Israel on his what is it, on his left and his right, he's
Right,
bearing the iniquity for the people, right? So
right.
he's standing, he's in the gap for the people,
Mm-hmm.
but we know he in the same Ezekiel 18, he said that every soul is going to die for their own sin.
For their own sins. Right, right.
Right. So what I'm saying, I mean, it's just how you look at the scripture. Because you get what I'm saying. Like to me in Ezekiel 18 in context, what it's saying that they were using a proverb where they were saying that if your father sinned, and you agree, if the father sinned, you can't be using that excuse saying that we're wicked because our father was. Nah, you're wicked because you did it. So every soul's gonna die for their own sin. But
All right, let's look at
in the
that again.
same,
Let's look at that again. What mean
go ahead.
ye that ye use this proverb concerning the land of Israel, saying, the fathers are eating sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge. Now that proverb, that statement comes from Deuteronomy 32. Makes it even harder for you.
Hmm.
All right. If you want to go that route, Deuteronomy 32 is going to be where he actually would you say it was intensified through Moses' song, but Moses said this
Right.
for the
So do
nation
you?
at
What
that.
I'm saying is, so do you think Ezekiel is contradicting the law? Then
I don't think Ezekiel was contradicting the law because we just said it two ways. Ezekiel was the one that was saying this statement. This was the Most High saying this to Ezekiel. And there's no contradiction there because the Most High and Moses, they're not the same character.
yeah, I get that. But when
Right,
you saying that,
right.
but when
And
when
that
when he's
proverb
saying
was
that,
from Moses. That proverb wasn't from the Most High.
no, I don't think that. When he's saying, because the law did say that. re- I don't know if one of the brothers, I can't even pull up my scriptures. But when it Deuteronomy, when it says that, that was a
Mm-hmm.
law he was quote. They was like you said, they was quoting it, but he said don't use that no more.
Deuteronomy
Not, I don't
32, you
think he's
see that as
saying
a law?
Deuteronomy. Was it Deuteronomy 32 and what? Can you read it?
Give me a second. You see Deuteronomy 32 as a law. I don't quite see that as a law, but we can determine that by reading it. I mean, we read it earlier. I mean, you wasn't on it, but give me a second
Yeah, it
to
wasn't
pull
no
that back
law.
up.
It was like one of those saying like you'd be like, okay, if a woodchucker chop
Proverb
wood,
or song.
You
It's a
saying
song of
you about
Moses.
that's just a proverb?
Right.
It's
They're
a
buddies
song.
too.
Exactly. I'm gonna get to the actual verse when he actually says that in that song.
Go
All right.
ahead.
right?
Deuteronomy 32. For some reason, I can't show my screen. I don't understand why. But anyway, I'm gonna get to that particular portion. This was actually, even when you look at this, give you, O heavens, and I will speak and hear, O earth, the words of my mouth. This is Moses talking. My doctrine. It's Moses talking. It's not the Most High saying anything in this. Right? This is basically what he's saying about the nation at that time, blah, blah, blah. It was a forward generation and how they did certain things, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, there's nothing in here that the Most High said as a law anywhere written in there. But that proverb, I'm looking for that actual proverb or that statement that when he said that pertains to Ezekiel chapter
Yeah,
18.
I don't think it might not be I guess I don't think it might be a law, but to me it could have been like a saying or a
Right,
tradition they was doing during their time.
right.
Yeah,
Or oh, go ahead, bro.
I'm gonna say it's like one of those things like my people down here in Alabama. One of their sayings is it's like if you look like your daddy, they'll be like that boy look every spit of his daddy, something like that. That people
Mm-hmm.
use like the paraphrase stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would make it even better. It was more like something that he like maybe verse 14, I believe. I believe verse 14 of Deuteronomy 32. Butter of kine and milk of sheep with fat of lambs and rams of the breed of Bashan and goats with the fat of kidneys of wheat, and thou didst drink the pure blood of the grape. When you go back to Ezekiel chapter 18, yeah, that's that proverb there. That's no law
Like a
whatsoever. There's
lingo
nothing.
almost.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, that's no law. But either way, that little portion that you said.
Hey, Drew, real quick.
Mhm.
Keep reading down to 15.
Of Deuteronomy 32.
Please.
All right, let me get back to it. Are you
Hey man, that boy Dodie got that
Dodie?
mega mic, boy. You can hear that.
Yeah.
He said,
Do
so
you
you
happen to
hear
be
all
on the
your
computer,
syllables.
Dodie?
I'm actually on my pad. That's why it's so loud.
The
Nah, it's
reason why
not
I
too
was
loud.
saying
It's
it
still
was
good.
if there was a way you could pull it up on your carrier so I
Oh
can
yeah, I got it right here.
yeah. I'm gonna put
It says so Jacob. I can't put it on the screen. I can read it though.
Yeah, read it.
It says so Jacob ate and was filled, and beloved one kick. He grew fat. He became thick and broad. Then he forsook the God that made him and departed from God his Savior.
Mm-hmm.
So that right there to me is like if you keep reading in the song, it's still representing the Most High as the only Savior of Israel. Nobody can stand in between and lay away your sins on their behalf. That contradicts Ezekiel 18. Every man died for the sin, and as well as Deuteronomy, I think is 18. The father should not be die for the son of sins of the son, and so forth. So,
Mm-hmm.
the contradiction is the thought instead of the words that's written.
Right, exactly. What he has to understand is when you go to chapter 18, the Most High, right? He is not contradicting himself. He's keeping exactly with it. Actually, Deuteronomy 32, Isaiah 53. If you look at it in context, none of those things, right, would be bypassed in Ezekiel 18. They would actually go along with it, meaning that there is no get around. There is no way to use any form of fashion some person to die for your sins. There's nothing written that changes that. There's nothing that can bypass chapter 18. Your soul is yours. You choose to mess up, you did it. Nah, I can't die to save you.
Right, but I guess I'm not trying to point to somebody dying for the sins because we gonna argue out Isaiah 53 all day. But I guess what I'm trying to get at is in Ezekiel 18 and 2, it's a saying that saying that the fathers have eaten sour grapes and the children's teeth are set on edge. So
Mm-hmm.
you don't see, I guess, okay, so when they're using
I don't
this,
even see any part about dying there written. Not
no,
perfect.
no,
You
no,
already
no, it's
know.
not
It's a
about,
metaphor, E.
yeah, it's a metaphor. I agree. It's a metaphor. But to me, it's a proverb. Because like a proverb is a metaphor. It's like a
Right. But
saying.
what
Like when
part
it's
did you get
saying
out
that
of
when you
that
don't,
about what part did you get out of that has any relevance to do with someone
bec-
dying in that particular verse?
no, it's not, they don't have nothing to do with nobody dying. Nothing.
Right.
No, I don't
So
see
what
that.
I'm
I
saying,
went to Isaiah 53 to show that somebody's dying, but you made it clear that you don't see Isaiah 53 as
as a
being literal.
bypass
You
of
see it, or as a bypass. You see it as a metaphor, and with that metaphor, you don't think it's really. I guess you don't think it's pointing to nothing. You get what I'm saying?
I don't think that even if it pointed to something, right? If it pointed to something, to me, I only see it as pointing to Israel, the nation of Israel, no matter how you look at it. And anybody that sees it pointing to anything
But
other
true. What
than Israel, I would like to see how would you point that to it.
Well, I'm saying if you saying if it's Israel with Israel, I mean you're saying you're if you use Israel and Israel, what I'm saying is you still have to go and say that the righteous Israelites is standing in the gap for the wicked ones, meaning they are the ones that's suffering, right? You can,
You don't think so?
I mean, not with us in captivity. I don't know. I don't know how you see it. I don't think so. But
Not
let
with
me.
us in
But
captivity.
huh?
Is Ezekiel 18 written in captivity?
I don't got batteries. You gotta ask your mom. I don't know where she keep them. Then go get them. Why you not? Why you need back? What happened to the charger? Oh yeah, but yeah, what I was saying. Oh yeah, I don't see righteous to me in cap. I think we just all when you're in captivity. To me, it's that's the curses up on you. You don't.
I'll have to wait till you can get the connection back to see where you're going. You're going with this because you're
Yeah.
confusing. I think you're confusing. You're confusing even yourself. Isn't when Ezekiel 18 was written? Wasn't that in captivity?
Yes, when Ezekiel 18 was, yeah, he was already captive. Hmm.
Right, but not that he was no, not nothing to do with those at the time, et cetera. But when he was given this prophetic statement, this was
Hmm.
during the captivity. So there's no. I mean, how could you get around that by saying the captivity? Captivity
Well,
wouldn't have any
well,
connection with it.
because
That makes it
if
good or bad.
how I see, because the reason how I see it, if your whole nation, if you lose your whole nation and your whole nation goes into captivity, to me that's
Mhm.
just a curse already. You get what I'm saying? If
No
Ezekiel's sitting
doubt,
here, and,
no
huh?
doubt. But I'm saying that's not the big. That's not the point. That's not the problem. The problem isn't even to do with captivity. The problem is how do we bypass Ezekiel 18 with any other form of a scripture? In other words, the Most High has to bypass that himself. That whole statement of that whole chapter has to be bypassed, not just, you know, and I know you're saying Isaiah 53,
Well,
picking stuff
well,
from
that
Deuteronomy, but none of that in there is any statement because Deuteronomy is before Isaiah, before Ezekiel chapter 18. In other words, what I'm saying, Ezekiel 18, when the Most High is saying that, is he's bypassing anything prior, and there's no thing that you can come out with afterwards that's gonna bypass it, unless you can
well
come up with something
the reason
that
I
would
would
be
say
afterwards.
the reason I was kind of harping on Ezekiel 18:2, and I was like, do you see a law in there that could be pointing to that the fathers have eaten sour grapes and the children's teeth are set on edge, right? This was like a metaphor, like Dodie said, this could have been a metaphor. So I
Right, but
wanted
I
to
don't see anything pertaining to a law in that. I
wait,
mean,
but
where do
because the
you?
reason I'm hold on, I'm gonna get I'm going somewhere. So when
Mhm.
you're reading that, you remember in the law when the Most High says that I'm going to visit the iniquities to the third and fourth generation if you don't keep
Right.
my. Do you see? I guess. Do you see that if and then also in the scriptures it says that we have to we I think like Aaron he'll probably agree with this, like in Leviticus 26 we had to make a confession of our forefathers, right, of what they did in our captivity, not for our own but
Right.
actually our forefathers. So when I'm
Right.
I
I
see
guess what I'm
what you cooking on. I see the point you about to try to
yeah,
make. You should keep
you see what
building
I'm
it
saying.
up. Yeah, yeah,
So
man. You
so
should
what
keep building it up.
so
But
what I'm saying is huh.
the problem is though, the problem is you got to get around the Most High. You got to get around the Most High, right? Saying his statement. If anybody could bypass something, he would be the one to do it, right? But the
Mhm.
problem here is when he made this statement in chapter 18 of Ezekiel, guess what it did? Guess what it did? It took everything before he would have said it, and he changed it, and he put this. So we need to find something that's going to override him. I'm not even looking for a contradiction. I'm looking for something that he says to override his own statement. That you're not going to find. You can try though. I'm be
Hold
patient.
on, y'all, give me a minute, I gotta do something, give me a minute.
You know what I mean? I know even if you want to go to the law does not bypass the Most High. The Most High is what gave the law. If he changes it or he says something to add to it, or addition to it, or modify it, you can't get around it.
Can I say something on what he was saying? The last statement.
Mm-hmm.
Like that last statement, he said, the children will confess their father's sins. Of course, you have to acknowledge the wrong path that your father is walking, and basically make the corrections for the inheritance yourself if your father dropped the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of know that personally. So
Right. And then, like you said, for him to use that, if he was to try to use that in any form of fashion, he would have to be able to explain what does that have to do with anything that's written in chapter 18, because he didn't say anything about you're not supposed to confess your father's sins or don't do it. He said he's against that. So I don't see
right.
how that's even helping. That's not even helping. He's just not saying that he's saying something, to escape. He's just going from one place to the other, and it's not nothing that he's going to be able to find to bypass it. But I give him an opportunity, and anybody, I even give the greatest scholars on this planet to come up with some way to bypass chapter
Not the
18. It
greatest.
can't be done. And those could be some of the scholars that are long gone. I'm sure there's something written by a scholar, some scholar that could say, I'm going to bypass chapter 18. But I know that it ain't, because you can't bypass it.
Yeah, I ain't got no comment on that one.
There's no bypass for that one.
Yeah.
And I love our brother Eric to death because he's very faithful, very faithful. You know what I'm saying? But the Pope couldn't bypass this one. Constantine couldn't bypass this one. Marcion could not bypass this one. Paul himself couldn't bypass this one. Guess what? JC can't bypass this one. And we all know Muhammad can't.
Well, I ain't gonna harp on nobody as prophet, but no, Drew Ali can't bypass if he wanted to.
No, I don't think you can get what you call it, an Egyptian priest. You can bypass this one. Now, don't take away from, like I said earlier, if you use say like true Christianity and they actually are brought to the Most High through their belief, their faith in Jesus Christ or whatever, Yeshua, or however the variant of the name or whatever. I'm not gonna knock that. But however, they're not one of those guys, if you want to use them as a deity, they're gonna bypass the Most High on this one. The only person that can do that is the Most High himself.
So I got a question. So in all actuality, he's basically saying that somebody in some way, form, or fashion, a man of the earth, basically bypass something to give him something. And that's what he's saying.
Mm-hmm. Now, if that's what a person believes, I'm not gonna knock them. I'm actually take that away from them. But I would suggest, though, that they rethink this one, relook at it, really put their lenses and their proper, reading glasses on and everything else needed, magnifying glasses, whatever tool you want, a microscope or whatever, anything, prayer beads, whatever you can come up with. You know what I'm saying? To really look into this. How are we going to bypass the word of the Most High Himself
Right.
with any man?
Because he's the only one with power to forgive sin.
Mm-hmm.
So
You can't even get like I know. I'm trying to say that angel. That angel can't do it. You can forget it. There's no way around it.
right.
They have to. They
Yeah,
have to
I'm
face
telling you, I'm
that.
back. I'm back.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So hey, but I was trying to catch and carry on with the conversation and just see what where this is like where we'll find a resolution, even if people don't agree. I'm trying to just see, like concerning the Isaiah 53 and the one that has to get chastised for the iniquities of others and et cetera, et cetera. You're like, where would you like? I was trying to follow true, but what are you saying that's not like, is that not literal? Is that, or is it repetitive, or is it concerning a specific generation, or is it like, you know what I'm saying? I didn't really catch specifics on that.
All right. Ezekiel 18, right? The portion that we need to look home in on is the first verses 1 through 5. That's literal. That is literal, and it does contain some of the proverbs which came back from Deuteronomy 32, which were what you call metaphorical. But the literal portion that is there in Ezekiel chapter 18, whether we could say that was spoken about nation before us or after us, that does not really matter because it needs to be changed in order for someone to say that that's not talking about those afterwards. Because that was actually the last actual, I have to say it, addendum to the law from the horse's mouth. what I was trying to find out is there any scriptures or passages written on planet Earth that could bypass that, modify that to make that null and void. And then when he said Isaiah 53, which I said, if you want to use Isaiah 53, you're going to have a problem with it two ways, because Isaiah 53 could also be used from a Babylonian point of view, because of the actual first, second, and third Isaiahs, and also that also was something that even Ezekiel could have been that suffering servant, literal too, because he did the same thing of Isaiah 53, and then we know that could have been the nation, because it's, no matter how you look at it, the nation, it's even stated in it. Israel is stated in that one, but I know that they like to bypass that. You know what I mean? Israel is the servant. You can't get around that. Now, like I said, it could be a Hezekiah because of the timeline. You can't get around that. And Hezekiah is what? Israel, right? Can't get around.
Right. So true with that statement. Now, and I'll rock with you with that. So what I was trying to get your understanding with, if it's Hezekiah, right, or if it's Ezekiel or whoever, and Isaiah 53 is talking about, but we are reading Ezekiel 18 that the soul that's in is going to die for his sin, right? But in Isaiah 53 is talking about somebody standing in the gap.
To do
So
what?
do
To
you
be a
see?
soul offering, right?
No, it says a soul offering for sin.
A soul offering for, where do we, like I said, we have to have somewhere in Torah instructions, where do we read the attributes of how do we perform a soulful sin offering? What do
Well,
we do? How do we
well,
do that?
you're not gonna read in Torah as far as a soul dying for sin. We know that's not in the Torah, but
Mm-hmm.
but
Mm-hmm.
remember, I guess, and that's why I say I pay attention to the new covenant, right? Remember in Jeremiah,
Mm-hmm.
and I know we gonna start jumping from scripture to scripture, but
No,
remember,
you can use that, but I've heard people, diversions by the covenant thing. But I was saying this also. We've heard also that he has given his people for a covenant too. So you ain't getting too
right?
far
But
with that one, brother.
no, but what I'm saying is, as far as like a soul, like we said that in the Torah, we don't see a soul being offered for sin, like putting on an altar. Like, no, that's not in the Torah. But what I'm
Even
saying is,
being even accepted, being accepted is the number one. If you see that someone actually tried to do it and he denied it, to turn it down, how you think he gonna change and allow it?
wait, say that again.
I'm putting it in clear English. Moses attempted to be a soul or sin offering for the people, and the Most High denied that. Remember that?
I don't think Moses wanted to be a sin off. He just told him to block me out my. Well, yeah, when he was
So go ahead,
kind of, yeah, I see what you're
go
saying.
ahead.
I see what you were
You can't
saying.
get
I see what you're
around it.
saying.
There's no way you're
Yeah,
gonna get around this one, brother.
yeah, I see what you're saying. He said, "Block me out your book."
But it's a
Yeah,
good
he was
try
trying to
though.
be a.
Hell of a try. Hell of a
Yeah,
try.
I see what you're saying. But but what I'm saying is, man, I lost my train of thought.
No, but I see what you. I kind of. So I want to just kind of throw
Go
like a
ahead.
non-biased point of view in here. It seems like, it seems like a contention point would be, Ezekiel 18. Everyone dies for their own sins, but however, when you're in captivity, does that like, are you saying like it doesn't seem like that truly applies? Like if you're in exile or
Say
in
that.
captivity, like aren't you being punished for your forefathers' sins essentially?
Yeah,
Like even,
that's what I'm saying.
but
Yeah,
that's, yeah, and I think that's where I kind of take a different stance than what True is saying. But I'm also still
yeah,
trying
no,
to really digest what he's saying, and I don't, I was trying to hear the brother out, but it does, with us having a conversation or with you two mainly having a conversation, it is easy for it to kind of not be as transparent, But I do see what you're saying. Even when you brought up Leviticus 26, and it shows that you'll be chastised 7 times for your sins, and it shows that like how this is gonna go down, on onto your descendants. So how does that parallel with Ezekiel 18? And is that a contradiction? Like
Yeah,
I exactly see what you're
that's
saying.
exactly you put it way clearer. And I'm not even doing. I'm just trying to see how you see that. And
Yeah.
Aaron,
Well,
he
go
laid it
ahead.
out.
I'm
Go
saying
ahead. Go ahead.
if y'all can use like say that as a say like a helper with that, you got to remember Ezekiel chapter 18 is the captivity. So being that it's our captivity, when this statement is being made, it's kind of like using Leviticus 26 or the Deuteronomy curses or being put in for punishment doesn't matter because this is being stated in punishment. So
No, but I see what you're saying.
it really doesn't help. None of it. I mean, there's no way around that one.
Oh, you're saying when he's making the statement that that he's making the statement to the captives already in captivity.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're saying as far as
So
Ezekiel
Ezekiel's
18.
making that okay.
Yeah. Well, not Ezekiel. We got to be truthful. Not Ezekiel. The Most High. If it was Ezekiel, you had a chance. But this is the Most High telling Ezekiel. In other words, what I'm saying is that particular chapter is the last amendment to Torah, because the Most High, He's the one that's saying this. He's actually giving this, bypassing even His worst case scenario. I put you in captivity. I'm punishing you. I'm doing everything that I said I was going to do. If this don't work, okay, I'm up in the ante. You saying your soul belongs to me? You saying you're gonna die? So whether you in
can I put a
so what
perspective
if
on that? Yeah, can I put a perspective on that? I think I think he may be getting confused, like far as let's say okay, Israel went into captivity. Let's be rational about it. Israel is in captivity right now. No, let's say we're in captivity right now. So because of our fathers, my bad, my phone messed up. Because of our fathers' doings. So now let's say let's look at it as a tree. That tree rotted. Right, that tree rotted. So now that tree doesn't have any fruit on it for us to eat. So now we got to cultivate that tree. We have to water that tree. We might have to uproot that tree and replant it in, some more soil, some better soil. So when it starts growing, that tree nourishment comes back. So now, we can, reap the good of that tree, here in captivity. Then, eventually, we can we restart the cycle that our fathers messed up because they let the tree rot, if that makes sense.
Literally, exactly what you're saying is literally. I think Jeremiah even gave an option when he said so. I think in his chapter 25 or 26, when he left a letter to the exiles. Basically, he was saying, go ahead, you can go up to your storehouses and this and that. Find peace, seek peace, do all this. In other words, he's not saying, and nobody else is saying, when you in punishment, you can sin all day. It don't count. No, he ain't saying you sin. It still counts. It counts towards that soul. So there's really no way to escape anything by being in captivity. Literally.
Right, because then I could put on excuse me. I was gonna say then I could put on another perspective. I could be like, let's say with some of our, grandparents end up going to the Vietnam War, and a lot of them got killed off, and some of them didn't make it home, and so that threw the family in disarray back, in the homeland, and that father who died couldn't pass on a lot of his teachings to the child, and that child became bad. That child began robbing. That child began selling dope, and so that messed the whole family, up. The whole family structure got messed up, and so let's say that same son had a child, and that child says, "Well, I ain't gonna sell dope like my daddy did. I'm gonna do the right thing, and I'm gonna follow the right way. So then that child got to begin to start building himself up where his father messed
Hmm.
up at, because now he gotta, got to put himself through school. He has to he got to get his own credits straight. He got to try to
Hmm.
establish to buy himself his own land where his father didn't have none. You see what I'm saying? So then it's like he got to
Hmm.
build himself back up into their inheritance is basically what's going on, in a
Hmm.
nutshell with
Yeah,
Israel every time.
I was gonna ask, like, with certain places like where we see that these curses will be on your descendants forever. Does that contradict or does that parallel with what Ezekiel 18 is saying?
No, that's a good statement. That's a good statement. So curse that will be upon us forever. We have to look at that and look at that from the context of that. All right. I think what particular verse we using, I'm sure is dealing with something from Deuteronomy 28, right?
Yeah.
Now
I
those
was,
curses
I was
that'll be
speaking
on us
personal, by the way.
forever. Yeah, that will be on us forever. That pertains to the seed, right? That would be, I believe, verse what 46, I believe. And that verse 46 is not distinguishing the ancestors' sins. It's distinguishing what we would be wondering, why are we in this cursed situation? In other words, it'll be a wonder for us to know why we're here. That's what that would be. It's not that it's a curse forever. It's the Deuteronomy curses themselves. Those things are going to always be forever. Those are sureties. If you sin, you're going to get punished. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
nothing you can do about it. Now, it would be hopeful for a, a generation, a final generation to come along that no longer sins. But we know that we ain't going to see that because it never was it really kind of like that. I mean, it sounds good, yes, but there was
There
generations,
was
also
generations, also
that
But true, do you
actually,
that
think
actually.
he looking for a sinless generation?
is he looking for a
Is
sinless
he looking for
generation?
a
I
sinless
don't think he's
generation? I
looking for
don't
a
think he's looking
sinless
for a
generation.
sinless generation.
What was the biggest downfall of Israel?
The biggest downfall
The
for
biggest
Israel is
downfall
that
for Israel is
they.
that they.
I think somebody's
Idol
mic.
I think
worship,
somebody's
right?
might.
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah,
idol
I think
worship.
it's
Yeah, I think it's.
yeah, I think it's
Yeah, I
Dodie.
think it's Dodie.
What happened?
So your mic is
It's an
echoing.
It's an
echo.
echo.
How about now?
No,
Say
it's
it
better
again,
now.
sister.
Better now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's better now.
Yeah, it's better now.
A little bit
All
better.
right.
I could probably
I could
fix
probably
that.
fix that.
But yeah, go ahead. Say
But
what you're
yeah, go
saying.
ahead. Say what you're saying.
I was saying Israel's biggest downfall was idol worship, going after other gods.
I would have to say, you can
I
say,
would have
yep.
to say yeah.
So to be sinless, that's he didn't make a perfect creation. Hence why he gave us law, statutes, and commandments. And when we sin unknown sins, there were things that we could do to justify those things. So he said the law is perfect, converting the soul, not the
Hmm.
man is perfect.
Right.
Right.
You know what? That's a
You
good
know what?
point
That's a
too.
good.
And I think this kind of it goes a little bit off topic, but I think that it's something that's a little bit more of like E's alley too, like where I do see like somewhat of a contradiction. Like we do get the whole Adam and Eve, like a fall of man sort of a doctrine where they introduce sin into the world, allegedly with some of these doctrines. But if we need an atonement because we were supposed to be, I guess, blemish free, then why would a creator institute laws for unintentional sin? Which shows to me that he never created us or any nation to be blemish free. He he wants us to walk upright and righteous, of course, but there's even sin atonements for unintentional sin. So I'm just saying that to say that the sin atonements that were created for unintentional sin kind of contradicts the notion that that we were always meant to be blemish free. Hence why we need to have uh Christ's blood covering us type of a deal. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's
Mhm.
clear a clear way to
No, it's
word where I
it's
see a
very
contradiction.
clear. It's very clear. But the key thing is the only problem with that, for those that don't know anything or know anything about it, they would have to know what the Most High, considers a what you call it, an unknowing. So I guess you say it, unknowing sin, I guess, versus a
Unintentional
sin that
sin, yeah.
or
But
unintentional
like if you
sin
accidentally
versus.
break Sabbath and you didn't intend to, or even like where there's certain cities of refuge where if you accidentally kill somebody, like like
Hmm.
it was intended for humans to have a margin of error. Like we weren't supposed to be
Correct,
made like
correct,
the
correct.
the like cherubims or nothing like that. Like we were intended to be these people that had these choices to make, and the intention was for
I
us
agree
to
with
make the
that.
right choices. But if we did
No.
unintentionally
Hmm.
sin, like even Torah shows that if you're like chopping wood and if your axe head comes off and kills somebody, that's unintentional. So
Right. Now
like
you have to also break it down, Aaron. You have to like, because your statement is great, but you also have to show what is that particular, how would you say it's a part in that sin? What do you have to do law wise for the unintentional sin? Because I want to see where that unintentional sin lines up with someone dying for that in that place. You know what I'm saying? That's what I
yeah,
want to see.
well,
What is
I don't
what?
really think that I don't even think that there's an atonement for the unintentional sin that is requiring blood or like death. I'm saying,
Right,
like
right,
you,
exactly, right,
you can't
exactly.
unintentionally do something that would reward death. Like
Right.
that would kind of
That,
be
that, that
intentional
that
at
would
that
even
point,
make
right?
sense, right? That would be harsh,
Yeah,
right? If the Most
exactly.
High, you
It would
say
be
I
harsh,
require
yeah.
your blood for an unintentional sin, then we would have a problem. So
Mm.
that's why I'm trying to get out of it. That really is not going to kind of like
Yeah, no,
lead
because
to
sin
help
offering
towards the situation.
Yeah, because
Hmm.
sin offerings for unintentional sin was more like, like a reparation or something that to the high priest, for them to make the atonement
Hmm.
on their behalf. But it's
Right,
not like
right,
your life was required if you
yeah.
broke a command or like
Hmm.
for an intentional sin, I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I'm just
So
saying all that to say that the intention was meant for us to, to make mistakes if and as needed for a better correction.
hmm and then what you're saying, that's just something that is kind of tough, like for like say like guys to actually like that follow Torah to say that in the open, because a lot of the people that don't know any better, they kind of get it wrong. It's like you saying you actually said it's okay to sin when you're not saying it's okay. You're just saying in the circumstances in the unintentional form that it's not a harsh punishment that we're gonna have to worry about.
Facts.
You
Facts.
know what
And
I'm
it
saying?
kind of
So
shows
I don't
layers
want it. In
of
other
the
words, it's nothing
compassion.
that you're saying wrong. I'm just saying I don't want it to mislead, because a lot of times they'll say,
Oh yeah, yeah.
"Well, these
No, it's not
guys
like
said this." Mm.
no, it's not like you could just willy-nilly do nothing, but that's why I gave the example. Like if you're
Mm-hmm.
chopping wood and if your axe head slides off and kills somebody, like that's unintentional, So that would
Mm-hmm.
be considered a sin because you took someone's life, right? But it's an
Right.
unintentional sin.
Exactly.
So, there's
Yeah.
certain but it shows that there's a realm of compassion and mercy from the creator alone, which
Right.
which
I
we've
don't
been
even think he
taught
would put
those.
you even in a captivity for something unintentional.
No,
You
you
know what I mean?
no, I don't think so either. As a matter of fact, there was refuge cities to go to. Like I would rather go to a refuge city than be taken captive. You feel me? Like if I had a
Mm-hmm.
choice, shit.
Mm-hmm. So back to chapter 18. I mean, brother E. The problem is we got to find something for that harsh statement that the Most High is saying. The soul that sins shall die. I don't think you said the soul that soul that does the digital sin, because they didn't have anything to do with why they even in that captivity. In other words, so
Yeah, I just don't. Yeah, the soul that's in it is what it is. I don't think Ezekiel 18 is talking about um unintentional sin. I think this is a intentional sin.
right
No,
Like I
now,
was
facts,
saying.
facts.
this right now
You
this is
said
the
what, Aaron?
thing. Not
No, I feel you. I
Oh,
agree with that. I'm not saying that that's what Ezekiel 18 is dealing with, because if it says that the soul that sin will die, then we comprehend what certain certain atonements of death, like the actions that were done,
Right.
which would reward that. So I hear you.
But it, right.
yeah.
But it was good that he stopped on that second verse, and he got that proverb out of it. But like I said, that proverb doesn't have anything to do with death. So you'd have to go to the actual key verse from Ezekiel 18 that you could justify someone dying for your sin for. In other words, you got to have a one for one. And like I said, Isaiah 53 does not bypass it, it actually enhances it, because when you read in Isaiah 53, if you want to take it as a prophecy or not, it doesn't matter,
Mhm.
because we don't have what you call a soul sin offering in Torah.
Right. Well, what I was
So that's
kind
where
of
the
getting at, yeah. So I was getting at, yeah, we don't read that in the Torah, right? But I'm gonna ask you a
no, not that we
question. Do
don't read
you
it, we don't have it written in Torah.
right? Yeah, same thing. We don't read it or we don't have it written. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying
Right.
is in the scriptures, right, or in the law and the prophets, do you see things hap- happening that's not written in the Torah?
Do I see things happening that are not
Like,
written
is
in
it like
Torah?
a law? Like for instance, if I point you to something in the scriptures, can you go in the Torah and say that this was required? Like this is something new. You get what I'm saying?
You got to give me an example, then I could
Okay.
probably.
For example, right? Who, like for example, for the Feast of Tabernacles, right?
Hmm.
Who was required to come up and keep the Feast of Tabernacle? Required.
Well, that would have been the nation, and that would have been the willful nation if they were able to do it. I wouldn't say that would be
What you mean, like which
like
nation?
as we was in if we was as a reconciled nation, that would be a requirement. But we're not a reconciled
Yeah.
nation. In other words,
The nation of Israel, right? The nation of Israel was
as a reconciled nation.
right. I'm just saying in the law period, in the Torah, what I'm saying, when you read in the law,
Hmm.
the nation of Israel, no other was the other nations required to go up and keep the Feast of Tabernacles?
No, other
Right.
like when you say other
So
nations
No,
outside of
just
the nation of
Israel. It was a
Israel.
requirement too.
I agree. I think only in the law, only Israel was required. I mean, yeah, I think if you was circumcised, if you was the other
Hmm.
nation that was circumcised and you kept the custom and you was considered homeborn, right? But
Well, this is what you're kind of getting at, right? Are you saying it like you talking about blood Israel, or you talking about people
I,
Israel? When I
I'm
say
just saying
people,
bloodline. I'm just saying bloodline Israel. Period. They were required to do this to keep the Feast of
yeah,
Tabernacles, right?
as a reconciled nation, there was.
Right. So that was in the law.
As
Now,
a
when
reconciled
you
nation. You got to remember, I keep saying that on purpose. As a reconciled
what do you
nation,
mean? What do you mean by reconciled nation?
you got to look at it from two perspectives. You know, the house split, southern, northern, right? They're
Yeah,
both
you mean
right.
yeah,
They
yeah,
both were two different houses, separated
right.
by what their what you call connection to the Most High. So at the time frame when they were a split house, and they've been split for a long time. You know, if you think about it. So that reconciled statement, what I'm making is telling you that what you're saying is very much a law when it was a reconciled nation. But reconciled nation thing went out the window when no longer, the houses were together. Now
Well,
later on
yeah,
maybe in the future, if possibly we become a reconciled nation, then yeah, that's what's going to be. It's part of the law.
yeah, yeah. It's part of the law. So yeah, we get it that the nation split, and even if they split it, they were required to still keep the law. It wasn't a different law from the northern kingdom,
Nope,
wasn't a different
absolutely
law from
not.
the southern kingdom.
Absolutely
Right.
not.
So what I'm saying, so what I was getting at is to when
You
I
got to remember
read
also
some of like
that's why they don't have Shiloh today. But go ahead.
yeah, right. So what I was getting at, so when I read in the
I'm good, ain't
prophets,
I? Go ahead.
you say what?
No, I said I'm good at this one. But go ahead, go ahead. I see what
Oh
you're
no,
saying.
no, no. So what I'm saying is when I read in the prophets, right, and you don't gotta agree with it, I'm just saying that we see something different, right? That like for instance in Zechariah 14, it says
Hmm.
that the nations that don't come up to keep the Feast of Tabernacles, they
Hmm.
won't accept no rain. Now we
Right.
know in the Torah, it was only
Hmm.
given to the children of Israel to come up and keep the Feast of Tabernacles. But now when you read in Zechariah, it says
Hmm.
that the nations that's left, if they don't come up and keep the Feast of Tabernacle, they ain't
Right,
gonna
right,
receive
right,
no
right.
rain. So
Judah,
what?
Judah, 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 depart from Ephraim. You're no longer
So
your brother.
hold on, true, real fast, and I'll let you rock real
Unreconciled
fast.
house. Those nations you talking about. But go ahead.
Right, right. But what I'm saying is, when that Zechariah 14, when the nations that's left, when the Most High whoop on them, he said if they do
Hmm.
not come up and keep the Feast of Tabernacles, they would be accursed.
Right. What
So
nations are those referring to? This what
those
we have
nations,
to
these are
distinguish.
nations. These nations, these. What I'm saying is these nations ain't the Israelites. You get what
No,
I'm
not
saying?
not the Israelites, or are you saying they're not like at the time frame? Zechariah is talking to what nation?
Well,
He
if
was
you
with
think
Judah,
that,
right?
well, then,
He was dealing with Judah, right? And
you
he was
hold
dealing.
on, true, hold
I'm
on,
gonna
true,
help you with
because
what you're trying to go, so you can
yeah, I know
speed
what
it
you're
up.
saying. I
In
know
other words,
you're saying
when you're
you're
saying nation, what nations are you referring to? You talking about Ephraim? Or you
bro.
talking about the
No, when
Southern
you go
Kingdom?
back,
Or you talking about the Northern Kingdom? Or
no,
what?
no, no, no. He's not talking. He's not talking about Israel and Judah. He's talking about other. Remember, he's gonna whoop on other nations. He's not gonna whoop on, like for instance, like see, I get what you, kind of lean towards. Like when you read at a prophet, you kind of think it's going talking about
No.
that same. Hold on, that same time period when he's prophesying. But to me, when you read in a prophet, it's talking about something way in the future. Like for instance,
Nah,
Joel
yeah,
3.
yeah.
So it's like Joel 3, he says that
Hmm.
I'm gonna bring all the nations to the valley of decisions for what they did to Israel, gave a boy for a harlot
Hmm.
and a girl for a wine. I'm a
Right.
I'm a whoop on
And
you for what you did to my
those
people.
nations, we know those nations. We know what those nations were. Those nations were actually named. You know what I'm saying? When we saying that, we talking about
In
nations that were
Ezekiel.
named. Hmm.
Wait, what
We know what
what
nations he's
scripture?
referring to.
Which one you talking about name? Because in Zechariah 14, they don't name no nations.
Well,
It
the
just
I got a
says,
following
perspective real
you
quick.
the, the,
go
It's
ahead,
kind of
bro.
like
Yeah, I don't want to hog the mic.
it's kind of like the story of Jonah. Jonah was in the ship, and the Most High was about to wreck that ship until they found out Jonah was in the ship, and they threw Jonah overboard. And then, hey, you know the story when the whale swallowed Jonah.
Mhm. All right. But
Yeah,
no, I understand
he
what you're saying. But
was supposed to repent. I mean, go teach the nations.
what nations?
Obviously, he was saying Nineveh because he
All
told
right.
you he. But what I'm saying in Zechariah 14, it don't name no nations.
Right.
It just says that the nations that are left.
That's
It
the
don't give
problem for
no
you
title.
right there. When you say he doesn't name any nations, though, you have to go from another path to distinguish what nations is we referring to. Because you talk about Zechariah. Zechariah is dealing with a time frame after the Babylonian captivity, but yet it's also dealing with other references to certain nations that were being dealt with, and it's not saying like all general nations around the entire world. You get what I'm saying? That's why I'm
Yeah.
asking you what nation are you referring to? Because when you
Well,
hear a
yeah.
separation of a certain portion of non-Israelite, they are always named. Like we know the Grecians is not Israelites. We know that.
Right.
We know that when he was talking about Nineveh, though, different story, we know that some of the northern kingdom were within that nation scattered. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because they were in that nation scattered, you got to remember the word play on that word nation, right? In the actual form of it in Hebrew is goyim. And goyim is this nation. You understand? Nation. No matter whether you were from the Hamite nation or you from the Japhetic nation, that word goyim nation could be, within. It could be referring to even Israel when they're not being Israel.
Right. So you see Zechariah 14 is talking about Israelites that scatter among.
I didn't say that. I'm
That's
looking to ask
Zechariah
you the question,
14.
what nation are you referring to? I didn't
Well,
say what
but
nation it was.
the
I
scripture
asked
don't
you.
say. Yeah, the scripture don't say what nation.
Okay,
It don't
chapter
say it. That's why
14.
I'm not going.
Chapter
I'm
14.
not.
Was there written, like, is there chapter 13, chapter 12, chapter 11, chapter 10, chapter 9,
Verse
8,
go to
7, 6?
14, 16. If you go to Zechariah 14 and 16, right? And this is
Mm-hmm.
I just wanna get your thought on. Are you saying that the nations being talked about in Zechariah 14 are the scattered Israelites?
I didn't
Is
say
that
that.
what you're
I'm saying
saying?
too. I'm asking you what nation. There has to be somewhere written
I
in the
what I'm
entire book of Zechariah of certain nations that he was dealing with.
what
And Zechariah
what
was
I'm
dealing
what
with
I'm
certain
saying,
nations.
true what I'm saying. I think it's real simple. What I'm saying is it's any nation that's not part of Israel. That's what I'm saying. That's not part of the flesh and blood tribes of Israel.
Right.
You get
Okay.
what I'm
We know
saying?
that he could have been talking about the Persians also. He could have been talking about the Medes, because we were captivity with them too. But there's a little bit spoken about
Well,
that.
and I kind of want to get okay, but if he's talking about the Medes or the Persians, it's still getting back
And
to
I'm
my
not saying
point.
that he was talking about it, just saying it could have been.
Well, yeah. Okay, let's just say if he was talking about the Medes and the Persians, but it's still going back to my point. My point was originally was that in the Torah, only Israel was required to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. But now when you're reading Zechariah
What
14 and
about the strangers
16,
that joined Israel? They didn't wasn't
well,
required.
that's fine. That's fine. It could be a stranger. But right here, he's talking about.
So you lost signal. Lost signal. But I'm trying to help you. When we use that nation thing and we say, like, outside of Israel, you got to remember the Most High also says his people,
True, you hear me?
his people.
You hear me?
Now I hear you. His people is Israel
Oh,
too.
okay.
But go ahead.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, are you saying Zechariah 14 16 is Israel when it's talking about nations?
I would not be able to go and give you an answer without, like, actually going through the whole entire chapter, because within those chapters we're going to fine tune on nations that Zechariah dealt with during his prophecies.
Well, let me read it. Let me read it.
Then we can
I
pinpoint
don't
it. But
that's
I
but
can tell
that's
you
not my
this: he
point.
wasn't dealing with the nation of like I'm just going to use this as an excuse. He wasn't dealing with the Mexican nation. That's for sure.
He wasn't dealing with what nation?
The Mexican nation. I'm just saying it out of whatever you know what I'm saying.
Well, shoot, well, what I'm saying, let me read it real fast. So it says, "It shall come to pass that everyone that is left of all the nations which came against Jerusalem shall even go up from year to year
I love
to
that what you
worship."
just said. You just answered your own question. Now you know what nations that we're talking about. What nations went up
Well, yeah,
against?
obviously,
Huh?
they're
Say it.
not
Say the
Israelites.
names. Huh? Say the nations that went up against. What was those
It don't
nations?
say no name. It don't say no name. It just said came
All
up
right.
against
Stop.
Jerusalem.
Pause for a second. Stop. Pause for a second. Stop. Pause for a second. Let's. You don't. It doesn't say no name. You gave it your answer. Uh, Brother Vicar, Brother Ann, Brother Doty. What nations at that time frame would he be talking about that went up against Israel? It's very
Well,
clear. Let's talk about.
I kind of take the position that it's future. Well, not kind of. I do take the position that it's future.
It's
Same
great
here.
that you. It's great that you take that, but I'm not even. We're saying whether it's future or past. What nations are you referring to? That
Well, I think
we
more
can go from the
specifically in this
past.
text, and
No, from in the
in the
past. What
past,
nations from the past that went against Israel?
Babylon,
that
eh?
a bunch.
Babylon.
Well, even aside from Assyria and Babylon, we even see that the Philistines, the Moabites, the
Yeah,
Edomites,
would be
been a
good
bunch.
too. Any of those past nations would make sense, right?
And that's what I think that and that's why I do kind of see like this being future prophecy, not just from the fact that the fulfillment in his time wasn't there, but also the fact that that it will only make sense.
The problem though, when we say that, if we put that all on future, right, that means that let Babylon go, let the Persians go, let Assyria go, let the Philistines go, because they wasn't the ones that he was requiring.
No, I do get that, but if it was fulfilled, then we don't see this
Yeah.
this coming to pass where they're coming up to honor the Feast of Tabernacles.
Right. But hey,
And I
real
think that's the
fast.
biggest
Oh
point.
my bad. Yeah, that's my biggest. And I don't like true. Like you can think that. Well, not you can think. I'm saying if you would say that these are certain nations that was in the past that had to do it, it's still
Mm-hmm.
going back to my point is that it was never required in the Torah for them to come up and keep the Feast of Tabernacle, which is why I'm saying that this is something
Right,
different.
and I was
And man,
agreeing with
hold
you
on
in that
one more
part
second.
because
One second, I'll let you go.
there was no nation requirement for anybody outside of the people who are joined with
Oh,
Israel. Period.
right, but it's not even joint. No, it's not even. It don't say join with Israel because look, when you keep reading, it says all the families of the earth. If they don't come up and worship the King at Jerusalem,
Word
they
play,
won't
right?
receive no.
All families
Well,
of the earth, or of the land, or of the Eretz. That's what we're talking
that's not.
about.
But that's not.
That
That's
little
not true.
isolated part. Not talking about the whole entire world. Believe me,
Yeah. See,
it's not
I
talking about the whole
disagree with.
entire
I
world.
got you. I got you.
Mhm.
But to me, when it says all, so when it's saying all the families, how many? You saying that this is the people of the land of Jerusalem?
Hold on. I was about to ask the
I
same
didn't say.
question because I'm confused as hell.
Like I said, when you're reading that and you said that word earth, right? You're getting a false impression that is we're talking about the whole entire planet Earth, every resident of Earth. But that word play there, what is transliterated as Earth. Okay, it's not the Hebrew word is eretz, and it's referring to the land, the land mass, that territory, that
Yeah, I agree
particular
with that.
area.
But I'm confused because it says okay. So in 17 it got earth, all the families of the earth unto Jerusalem. So if the earth was being Jerusalem, it wouldn't even have been in there. So it's saying, and it shall come to pass who shall
But
not all who's
where does the Jerusalem part fit in? I never said anything about Jerusalem. You said that.
well,
I
it
said
seems like
when
you're
you read
making the
all the
earth.
families of the earth.
I'm confused, True. Because to me, when it's saying all the families of the earth, these are people that not are these are people that's not flesh and blood Israelites. If they do
Right.
not come up to Jerusalem, all the families of the earth, and worship the king at Jerusalem, they're not going to
Mm-hmm.
receive no rain. So I'm saying that this is a different law than what Moses put on the table. You get what I'm saying? And I'm
I
because I'm
kind
gonna
of
bring
get
it
what
back
you.
in
Yeah,
full circle.
I kind of get
seeing
what you're
how it's not
trying
written
to say.
in the
Yeah, I
original
kind of get
law.
what you. Yeah, I
Yeah,
kind of get what you're
but
trying to say, but I have a problem with that because all the things that were written in the law, right, outside of, like I said, thus saith the Most High. Like I said, go back to Ezekiel 18. The Most High is one saying that. When you talk about something from even a prophet, if he's saying what he's saying, unless it's coming out from that prophet saying thus saith, it's not something that's being made as a change or an amendment to the law. But
I
if you
like
want to think, Go ahead.
My fault. My fault. My fault. I just had a quick statement. I said I was finna say, man, I like to try to simplify it, and I feel like you can't get around the verse where it says, I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse those who curse you. So it's like their blessing is dependent on how they treat us, if that
Right.
makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that too. I agree with that too, but we still got, like, for instance, like Joel 3, right? He's gonna
Mm-hmm.
punish. He's gonna punish the nations for what they did to Israel, right? And
Right, how
then
they
Right.
treat
he's gonna,
us.
yeah, and then also the prophet says that the nations are gonna grab a skirt of a Jew and say, "Come, let me hold on to your skirt because we heard that the Lord is with you," right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that they're gonna try to cleave onto Israel for a blessing, but I'm not knocking that. But I guess what I'm trying to hone in on is
The
still
ultimate,
you
the
see that
ultimate, the
you still
ultimate
you
point that you're making is
what
yes,
what
everybody
hold on,
on
True.
this planet
What I'm
should
saying,
be
you just
following the Most
everybody got
High.
to
But
come up and keep the fast. Everybody got to come up to keep the feast of tabernacles, and they have to do this. And this is not required from the Torah of Moses. That is my ultimate point. If you think this was past, future, whatever, but they have to do this. I don't think that was ever required in Moses. That's what I'm saying. True. So go
I
ahead.
would say, brother Dodie, you would know this probably good. When was the Feast of Tabernacles even put in place? When was it required by the law?
In the land.
But I'm saying when
Well, I'm
and,
saying
and, and,
when
and,
and,
and
and, and
what time,
what
where,
time,
when did this
where,
take place?
when did this take place?
Because we
What
should
you mean? What
have
time?
we should have what you
We should
call
have
a
what you
scripture
call a
that
scripture
speaks on the Feast of
that speaks on the
Tabernacles.
Feast of Tabernacles. Say that again.
We should have a
We should
scripture that
have a
speaks on
scripture
the
that
Feast of
speaks on the
Tabernacles. I
Feast of
think we keep getting
Tabernacles.
the
I
echo.
think we keep getting the echo.
Mm.
Hold on one second.
Wasn't it proclaimed on Mount Sinai? Well, not proclaimed, but first mentioned.
Right.
So that would be like back. Shoot, man. I even think it was even supposed to be before Deuteronomy. Wasn't it in Exodus?
Mm-hmm.
No, I think Leviticus 23.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Now, could you bring that out and read
Bring
it?
that out and read it. Yeah, and the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the children of Israel, saying, on the 15th day of the 7th month, there shall be a feast of tabernacles, 7 days to the Lord. And on the first day shall be the holy convocation. Ye shall do no severe work. 7 days ye offer whole burnt offerings to the Lord. And the 8th day shall be a holy convocation to you. And ye shall offer whole burnt offerings to the Lord. It is the time of release. Ye shall do no servile work." These are the
Now,
feasts. Well, he breaks down.
right. No. The
Right.
reason why I told you
The
to
reason
pull
why I
that
told
out, you pull something out from the law. Now, let's go jump back to that statement that he said in Zechariah. Right. That the statement is made. Eric, we'll give it back to you. Now, read it as according to how that is stated.
But true, hold on, before you even respond to that, um, it can't be just Israel if Israel is returning back to the land with those who are cling to the garment and servant and handmaids. So, and the servitude that these so-called nations that we serve, their service would be to the Most High, because if, from my understanding, that was supposed to be how the world was supposed to be set up in the beginning. We obey the Lord and everybody else follow us.
No doubt.
Right?
No doubt. I have no problem with that part. But the problem that
But the
what I'm
problem that
trying to
what
find
I'm
out from
trying
him
to
is
find out from him,
when he I went to your mic. The problem I'm trying to find out from him, right, is those that are required in the book of Zechariah, chapter 14, there is specific nations it is referring to. And that nation that he would be referring to would be nations that the Most High has actually brought or punished for them for what they have done. And guess what? No, in our law, that you usually can do two things: kill them, or they become part of the nation. They became people, so that's why it's required. Even a stranger that claims it's still Israel. But to turn around and say, well,
Yeah.
the Chinese
Well,
nation is going to automatically say, I'm going now, got to go to Jerusalem, that would be kind of like, where do we read where that is a requirement? I know, yes, indeed, yes.
Indeed, yes.
The
Wouldn't
Most
it be
High
though?
wants.
The Most
Because
High want
if a sojourner to the nation of Israel shall be treated as a natural born of Israel, don't they have to keep the same
Correct,
things we do?
correct,
correct,
correct.
correct.
They become the people.
yeah, that's true. But yeah, that's true. And I'm what Dodie said, that's true according to the law. But remember in Zechariah 14, right? The families of the earth have to come up to Jerusalem to
Jerusalem
keep the
to
feast
keep the
of
feast of
tabernacle.
tabernacle.
But if they don't keep it, they're not going to receive no rain. So if they don't receive no rain, is it going to be in Jerusalem or is it going to be in their own nation? That's my question. You true?
Well, that's where I got the same statement I was saying. Before that statement, right? It was that particular families that he was talking about and dealing with. And you guys say, no, we're not talking about Babylon. We're not talking about you know what I'm saying? We're not talking about those that was pertaining to. That's talking about something in the future. So we basically skip the ones that it pertained to and put it in the future, which we can put it in the future. I
But
have no
hold on,
problem with it.
no. Let's put it in the
Let's put
past.
it in
Let's
the
okay,
past.
but let's put
Hey,
it in the
E,
Okay,
past.
let's put it in the past.
If we put it in the
the
If we
t-
put
past,
it in the past,
when did this
when did
happen?
this happen?
When these nations
When
had to
these
come up to
nations
the
had to
Feast of
come up to the
Tabernacle
feast of
and keep the rain. I mean, keep the Feast of Tabernacle, or they won't receive no rain. Like what nations? Like what nations you think that was doing this? And if they didn't do this, they homeland didn't receive no rain. Meaning, if you ain't getting no rain, you gonna have a drought, a famine. If you didn't come up to Jerusalem and keep the Feast of Tabernacle.
Right? Is that rain he's talking about metaphorical to just survival or just completely it can still exist, et cetera, or it's just like literal rain that it requires like just water coming out of the
Uh,
sky. We gotta
well, to
we gotta
me,
determine that
that's
part.
literal rain, right? To me, that's literal rain because the- when the Most High flooded the earth, I mean, he used rain. We wouldn't say that's like figuratively. Like I think he's gonna
Right,
even the
right.
Northern Kingdom when they had their
Exactly.
droughts.
You are correct.
When
You are correct.
so
Exactly.
what I'm
But
saying,
the
when the Northern Kingdom didn't have their droughts, when they had their droughts, they didn't receive no rain. It was a big famine. So yeah, to me, this is literal.
hmm so if you're saying that all the nations from that time frame that Zechariah, when he mentioned that, still exist today, right? And they only exist because they rain, or they exist because, or they don't exist because they have famine, or et cetera, et cetera. Because you know it's still going to go back to those nations that was being dealt with, Babylon, and those that was with Babylon, and those that was with those other nations. You think they've been, prospering since that time? Because they haven't been prospering, and a lot of them didn't have rain. If you want to look at it as literal, because there's a lot of deserted spots in those areas that would have been part of that Zechariah, family of that threats at that time of that land that was pretty much that he had problems with. But I know we can get the future out of it too because we can look at two perspectives. Because anytime we say future on anything, we have a what you call a card we can lean on because we can't prove it, and that's the problem. There is nothing written future prophecy about, say, like example, America. written in the entire Hebrew saga. But we think there is because we see what's going on in our relations to what's going on current. But is that actually being true to the Hebrew heritage, or is that just, you know what, we're still in the same condition as we was as some of the other generations was, because we still doing the same thing as the other generations did.
I hear you. And speaking of, hold on, man. I don't know if y'all can hear that, sir. You can hear me?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I just wanted to just like, also kind of touch base on what was spoken about earlier with Isaiah 53. It does seem like it's kind of a blur with some people, or some people, stand on certain sides of timelines, and I think the timeline and like timelines paired with context is really like where people get things misconstrued. So I wanted
Hmm.
to kind of bring up where in some of the laws that we see, and these locks that were proclaimed prior to Israel entering the land and forming this covenant. Like one thing that was a part of this covenant was that if there was a perverse generation, like a certain generation in which there was not a just man, where nobody was upholding the law, then these covenants and these agreements go out the window and you get the punishment aspect of it. So I think and then like if we transition over to Isaiah 53, just to lay somewhat of a foundation of where I think it parallels, and it's, where we can see reiterations of Isaiah 53 with the original covenants and covenants that we read about in Deuteronomy. And, you know, um, we see that there's going to be a certain generation in which everyone's perverted, where everyone is erecting idols on all the high places, where everybody is, performing
Hmm.
sacrifices
And
to
when
their
we
neighbor
when
as
you
God.
reading that, we talking about from Deuteronomy 32, right?
Well, not just Deuteronomy 32, like, we see it, um, we see in Deuteronomy, I believe
The
it's
only reason why
27
I'm
and
asking you
29.
like that, the reason why I'm asking you like that, because rather instead of like paraphrasing it, it'll be good for us to like pull it in the scripture. That way, when we read it, we can read exactly what it's saying. That's the only reason I'm asking.
No,
Not
I
saying
will
that
read it too.
you're wrong. Not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying so we don't actually be paraphrasing it. Because the problem is when we paraphrase something, because it may seem that way, and we might have missed something there. So we gotta get the full context. So when you're reading
No,
that,
I do think
that's
it'd
why
be
I
a
said
good
Deuteronomy
chapter
32.
for us to read from the top. I do think it's a great chapter to read, but, um, just speaking on what he was talking about and where I think the Isaiah 53 is speaking about, it seems to be that when you pair this perverse generation, um, and even you couple it with the visions, like there's literal visions from Ezekiel, Jeremiah for sure, I think Isaiah as well, in which they seen that not one just man was on the land. Not even just saying that, they even seen how everyone was polluted with idolatry. They literally seen that. So it seems like this is more literal when it comes to uh post Babylon. There literally was a generation that completely fornicated the temple, the holy of holies, all the high places in every street. Like this is what everyone was speaking about. So whenever it comes to that, now that contract is broken. It is broken. And now there is a certain punishment period. Now I think that's what Isaiah 53 is speaking about. And the end goal, of course, is a righteous remnant to inherit the land again. So what had to be a certain people and generations that were punished for what one wicked generation did. And that's where these things are thrown out the window as far as everyone dies for their own sins. That's whenever Israel's under covenant and they can return to the laws and find safety and find life, where you choose death because you have life and death put before your face. But if you're exiled in the enemy's lands, you don't really like, that's the main prerogative and the objective of the creator at that time is for nothing else but
Hmm.
for you to be in a state of exile, for you to be in a state of
Let's
punishment.
read.
So I
Let's
think
read.
that's what
Let's
Isaiah
read.
53
Mhm.
is really balancing out. Those that are to be punished for the iniquities of breaking his contract, and then a righteous remnant descending from them,
So you agree
through
that it
his
is
set of
Israel,
actions.
basically.
Oh yeah, yeah, of course.
I'm not saying that the short. I'm just saying the bottom line of it is you believe it is Israel, based upon however you believe it to be from that path. And I have no problem with it because I believe it's Israel. And if you think about it, there's no contention between us with that. So it goes back to brother Eric. You don't
Yeah,
believe
no,
that
I
it's
just
Israel,
think that it
correct?
just gives Eric like a little bit more like feasible resolution from like an OT only perspective, at least mine,
Mhm.
so
No,
just
no,
to
no.
kind
I'm
of
just saying that
understand.
at the end of the day, you believe that it's Israel. Like I believe it's
Yeah.
Israel. I mean, he doesn't believe it's Israel. He believes it's one sole single character, which is no problem with that if we want to go with that route too.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I
No.
don't want to speak for Eric on that, but I'm just saying.
Yeah. No, I do want to ask a question just in general to the panel, like we was bringing up with some of these timelines, like really navigating these timelines was critical for me, in trying to at least put some clarity to some of the doctrines or some of the
Mhm,
the like pre-beliefs. But like in certain places, for instance, man, let me see. I know Jeremiah 6 has a good one, but let me see.
mhm,
As far as timelines are concerned, is like really the objective that I'm trying to get
mhm,
at. Let me see, Ezekiel 6:28. Um, hmm. So
Yeah,
I'm just
one,
gonna
two,
read.
three,
So
and
look
four.
here. I'm just gonna read, and these are all, I want to read the whole thing, but I'm just gonna read maybe three or four, just scriptures from Ezekiel and Jeremiah. And I just wanted to ask a general question to the panel, like when the like context of the timeline, like was this for the people that was speaking right then, like for them listening, or was it for the descendants? Was it already fulfilled? But so Jeremiah 6:28.
Mhm.
Um,
Jeremiah 6. I gotta pull it up.
yeah,
Jeremiah 6.
yeah,
Give me a second. And also, I want you to also keep in mind. I want you to hold on to Jeremiah 29 when we're done with that. But Jeremiah 6.
yeah, yeah. I'm gonna bring out about three or four, just real quick. I'm just gonna read them, and I'm not even gonna go into them or nothing, and then I'm just gonna land
Uh,
there. So
what
Jeremiah
particular
6, I think
verse?
I start with 26, and then I'm just gonna read three of these
Uh,
scriptures. I mean, of course, it
uh,
would behoove anybody when they have the spare time, even me. I need to continue to brush up on the
but verse
entire,
26, you're saying?
yeah, Jeremiah 6:26, 27, and 28. It says, so, O daughter of my people, gird thyself with sackcloth, sprinkle thyself with ashes, make for thyself pitiable, or I think it's pitiable lamentation, as the mourning for a beloved son, for misery will suddenly come upon you. I have caused thee to be tried among tried nations, and thou shalt know me when I have tried their way. They are all disobedient, walking perversely. They are brass and iron. They are all corrupted. So that's Jeremiah 6, and then let's just go to Jeremiah 5, seeing how it's already right there. Jeremiah
Mhm,
5 verse 1. I'm gonna read this one, and then I'm gonna read one more after this. So
mhm,
Jeremiah 5 verse 1, it says um and in the Septuagint, the subtitle or the subheading is "No one is just." So, verse 1 says, run ye about the streets of Jerusalem and see, and know and seek in her broad places, if ye can find one, if there is any one that does judgment and seeks faithfulness, and I will pardon them, saith the Lord. The Lord
mhm,
lives, they say, do they not therefore swear falsely? And it does, I think, shoot, bro, this is a strong one. I mean, it goes down to all the way down, and it shows that there's judgment that's going to be put down on these nations, well, not on the nations, but on on Israel and their lands, because no one is just. Nobody does justice. Nobody perform, performs mercy. Nobody is. everybody invoked the breaking of this covenant. So that's whenever clearly, like, we are where we are today. Like, we're so far away from heritage, from understanding. Like, we can't even compare this to Babylon. Like, it's nowhere even near like Babylon. Like, of course it does have its similarities, but at least they could still speak in their language. They still knew where the land was, how to navigate, or where they at least had Jeremiah that told them it's only going to be 70 years. So they had an end date and they knew that they would be able to get back to the land. Some decided to stay.
Right.
So like, we're in a whole different, it just seems more that we're a byproduct of a punishment because the covenant was
Oh
completely
yeah,
broken and there
I
was no
believe you
righteousness around,
absolutely on point
you
with
know?
that. I'm not saying that you're not, but the question to me, I mean, I know you said general, but I'm probably going to be the one that's going to probably answer it. And you know what my answer is going to be with Jeremiah 5, Jeremiah 6. It was actually
Mhm.
talking about, without even, I'm going to say that was for a future generation that was coming up that was going to be going
Yeah.
into Babylonian captivity. That's what I'm going to say. But yes, we do have
So
similarities. Like if we look at us in today's world, yes. But like I said last week, I said it's going to be the same saga. We're going to still do the same thing. And guess what? The same punishment going to apply to us. That's a surety from Deuteronomy's curses. We don't do right, guess what? We're going to get punished. It ain't from Jeremiah 6 that's the reason. It's from the Deuteronomy curses is the reason.
no.
That's surety.
So the reason why I even brought up Jeremiah 6 and even Jeremiah 5 and there's plenty
Mm-hmm.
others, but it's just a co-witness to what Deuteronomy, 29, Leviticus 26, like Deuteronomy 32. That's kind
Yeah.
of where the foundation
Exactly.
would be, like where you genuinely do see that, that there's known that there's going to be a generation that's going to completely break the law. And then it's
Right.
also
And
shown that there's going to be a punishment for it.
that generation completely broke the law. That's why they ended up in Babylon. Now, the same thing obviously had to be with
But
our,
real quick though, True,
timeline too.
real
The
quick,
generation that did the same thing. Perverse.
but real quick, but that's why I wanted to bring more clarity to that with some of the support and visions of these prophets. They're saying that they're seeing a time frame where everybody's literally like polluted. So if this was pertaining to or could be even like a dual fulfillment dealing with Babylon, I don't see how that applies when there were men that were not polluting the laws like Ezekiel and Jeremiah around at the time. And they clearly are saying that it's a definite, like every man, all people transgressed, everybody's polluted. They even used the word polluted. I don't think, that I could turn to a prophet that is receiving visions and say that he's polluted. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let's go
Like, I
back.
don't see how that could be
Let's go
speaking
back.
towards
Let's go
them.
back. Let's go back. Let's go back and let's revisit. Let's revisit uh, a prophet before Ezekiel, a prophet before Jeremiah. Let's go to Isaiah. All right. Let's clean it up and let's show you something, and then we can really look at the lens of what is going on here. Isaiah chapter 6, right? He was a prophet, right? You know that statement what you're saying makes a lot of sense. If all prophets had to be clean and literally, right? But you got to go back to Isaiah chapter 6. What did have to happen to Isaiah for him to actually really do what he had to do? Read that chapter for me.
I I didn't hear that last part, bro. What'd you say?
Go to Isaiah chapter 6 and read that chapter for me.
You want the whole chapter?
It's not that long. Trust me, it's not that long.
Got you. So Isaiah's commission. It said, and it
Mm-hmm.
came to pass in the year
And
which
you're
King
using the
Ozias
Septuagint,
died.
right? You're using
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah, of
Septuagint, right?
course.
Obviously,
Yeah,
clearly, Isaiah is commissioned to be what? A prophet.
to be a prophet.
Go
Yeah.
ahead. So go ahead. Let's read
So,
some
and it
attributes
came to
of what
pass
had
in
to
the
take place. Go ahead.
and it came to pass in the year in which King Ozias died that I saw the Lord sitting on a high and exalted throne, and the house was full of his glory. Let me keep going.
Yeah, keep going.
And Sarah stood round about him. Each one had 6 wings, and with 2 they covered their face, and with 2 they covered their feet, and with 2 they flew. And one cried to the other, and they said, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. The whole earth is full of his glory. And the lintel shook at the voice they uttered, and the house was filled with smoke. And I said, Woe is me, for I am pricked to the heart, for being a man and having unclean lips. I dwell in the midst of the people having unclean lips, and I have seen with my eyes the King, the Lord of hosts. And there was sent to me one of the seers, and he had in his hand a coal which he had taken off the altar with the tongues, and he touched my mouth and said, Behold, this has touched thy lips, and will take away thine iniquities, and will purge off thy sins.
See that?
And I,
Go back.
yeah.
Stop. You can pause there. That's what I wanted you to really read, so that you can see how Isaiah was commissioned. If you want to go to the next one, you can do that in Jeremiah when you read that. But I want you to go to Ezekiel chapter 1, 2, and 3. You don't have to read the whole thing. You can skip certain portions of it. But start off with chapter 1 of Ezekiel. And the
So
reason
you
why
want
I'm
Ezekiel
saying is,
1.
the reason why I'm saying is because I know you want to, and I have no problem with it. You want to say, well, that why is a man in captivity that didn't sin, that didn't do anything wrong, didn't break any laws, because obviously, the reason why certain things happened to the nation in general was because of certain things that kings and priests and etc. did. So everybody got punished, good or bad. And I know you want to say that Jeremiah, he didn't go into captivity in Babylon, which he did not. He went into exile in Egypt. That's the only difference.
So when it comes to reading Ezekiel and the first part, I think it's a real good place for us to compare the two with Isaiah and with his commission. So when we read that he got, as a matter of fact, let me just go right back real quick to that to the Isaiah commission right fast.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to see which the verse was. So when it shows that so Isaiah 6 verse 1 and 2, when it says, and it came to pass in the year in which King Ozias died, that I saw the Lord sitting on a high and exalted throne, and the house was full of his glory. And Sarah stood round about him, each had 6 wings, and with 2 they covered their face, and with 2 they covered their feet, and with 2 they flew. So with that verse, where would you say, like, like specifically, where do you think Isaiah was at when he received the commission? Like, where it shows that I saw the Lord sitting on a high and exalted throne, and the house was full of his glory. Like when it says, and the house was full of his glory and this throne, like where is he seeing this? Like
Vision.
as far as context. Yeah. But no, I'm saying like where's I because are you like is he right by the creator? Is he up in the Shamayims? Is he on a high mountain? Is he in the holies of holies? Like where would you say with what this is with the clues that it's given? I'm gonna read verse 1, and specifically it's really verse 1, I think. Um And then I'll even read verse 4 to just deal with more the tangibility of where Isaiah is at when he gets his commission. So it says, and it came to pass in the year in which King Ozias died that I saw the Lord sitting on a high and exalted throne, and the house was full of his glory. So this is, you know, it speaks for itself. And then verse 4 says, and the lintel shook at the voice they uttered, and the house was filled with smoke. So what house is this? Is it an analogy or is it a literal house? Is he actually like where, like as he's receiving this vision, as he's getting his commission to be a prophet from the creator, what clues is Isaiah 1 is it giving us that his location is while he's receiving this, would you say?
Well, we
You
have
talking
Is
to
he
about
look at
standing
it.
like
Isaiah?
in the
Are you
wilderness
talking?
and he saw? Yeah. Well,
Oh, you talking
specifically
about Isaiah?
Isaiah 6. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Specifically Isaiah 6, verse 1. And it's going to parallel 100% with Ezekiel. And I think it kind of kills two birds with one stone, and it really shines a light on some of the,
Right. The
yeah,
thing is, you want to know where was he physically at when he received the vision,
exactly.
right?
Yeah,
Well, he
exactly.
wasn't definitely physically. He was not in the place where the vision took him. He wasn't physically there. No,
I agree. No,
likely,
no, no.
likely.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
No, no, but that's a good point though. He's having a vision, but from this vision that he's seeing, it shows that, the whole house that he was standing in was full of his glory. And then even four shows that this house ended up being filled with smoke. So yes, I get it. He's
right.
seeing a vision and he's not exactly where this vision is that he's seeing it, but the
Right, but no,
location that his
right.
physical feet are
You want to
standing
know,
in,
you want to know what location that vision
well,
took place in. I can tell you that
exactly.
that location where that vision took place, it was literally, and I can say this, and the holy of the holies is where the Ark of the Covenant
Exactly
was
true.
stored.
Exactly true. And that would be located geographically according to heritage and these and everything we read, it would be in Jerusalem, right?
Absolutely.
Eh, So when we go to Ezekiel and you said chapter 1, 2, and 3, and I
Hmm.
see that Ezekiel gets a vision by the river Kabar,
Right.
but
The very first
we
vision came
also
when he
see.
was in captivity. Right. Go ahead.
Well, I wouldn't say his first vision came, because then you would have to say that if his first vision came in captivity, then would you say that he was commissioned to be a prophet in captivity then?
Absolutely. Because when you read
Can we,
that chapter, right? When you read that chapter,
uh-huh,
you read similarities how when Isaiah was commissioned, you see the cherubs, you're going to read that when you
yeah.
read. That's why I said you read 1, 2, and 3, and you put it in the order that is written in. You're going to see that first vision, second vision, and possibly third vision. I think he had 5 visions totally
Yeah.
during his total career. But the particular vision the main visions that you're talking about were all part of 1, 2, and 3. So his first vision was when he caught the first vision, he was already in captivity. I know when you read it later on, he gets a vision, and then and within that vision, he gets taken to Jerusalem. Yes, he gets taken back to Jerusalem because at that time frame, Jerusalem was not yet destroyed.
So specifically, would you say, so you said that he got his commission to be a prophet in an exiled land. And
Correct.
we can go to Jeremiah's and a few other prophets. I think this is actually a dope topic to hit. So
Mhm.
we're gonna see, even from what I'm reading in Ezekiel and with you saying that Ezekiel 1 was his first vision, I would clearly disagree with that,
Well, that's why like I
and for
said,
him,
if you read it from 1 through 3, you will see it. You'll see it because when you read in
but
the time frame
exactly, I agree with you, but if you read it,
mhm,
yeah, but if you keep going though, because it doesn't, whenever Ezekiel's beginning portion starts off, 1, 2, and 3 gives you great foundations, right? What I thought was a foundation,
mhm,
but as you continue reading all the way even through up through like 10 and 11, it builds on the foundation and it really shows you context and timeline like we've been talking about, and I think shines a little bit more clarity on it. So like I was saying with Isaiah, we both saw in Isaiah 6 that he received his commission in the Holy of Holies in Jerusalem. And we're going to
right,
see Ezekiel getting his commission as well, because we're going to read, and I'm going to bring it out, but we're going to read where he received a vision and a calling to go and be a watchman or to go prophesize to them. And
right.
then it
That's what
literally says,
exactly.
facts.
You
But then
are
it says
absolutely
afterwards, then I went up after the vision and I went to the river Chabar. So we see that this predates chapter 1 and him standing at the river Chabar,
not at
especially
all,
if,
not at all. I said it clearly
well,
to
I
you.
think that we should read it.
Within a vision. That's where
But
you got
but
to read. You have
okay,
to read. You
oh,
have to
okay.
read
So
chapter
you're
one
so you're
through
saying,
3.
that he was sent to, or that he was taken as a captive to Babylon, and then he received a vision, and in that vision he was in Jerusalem. Is that
The
what you're saying?
mission. Correct.
So he got commissioned through a vision.
Hmm.
Man, you ever seen That So Raven? Something like
I don't
that?
really think that. I don't know how that would really
I'm
fit
messing
this
with you,
because when
Trip.
you read,
I'm
I
messing
know,
with you.
I already know. Listen, listen. We had a debate on that. Trust me. So I know where you
I'm
going with that.
knowing,
Now,
brother. No, but it's dope though
if you
because
ask me about the same thing in Jeremiah, I think
yeah,
we both probably learned something because Jeremiah's came a little bit different. Zechariah's came a little bit different. But every prophet that the Most High sort of commissioned, it just so happened that you and me both use the Septuagint, so we got cheaters, and that
yeah,
commission thing is a word that's a cheater in reality.
exactly.
Technically, we know it's commission, but the normal nomenclator, the normal people would never even have any understanding of that. You get what I'm saying? But we know that
Mm.
we're Septuagint bound. But I know where you were going.
And it gives,
But
yeah, and it gives some
mhm,
subtitles and it gives context and clarity. Like, and it really
mhm,
helps with
mhm.
comprehending,
But I would
things
like
that
for
go a little
you and
deeper.
me both to look at that same thing with Jeremiah when he was commissioned, because
Mm.
that's really going to get deep, because his particular chapters goes through like timelines, and then they're not all the same time period. They're different time periods. And he starts out, he may be dealing with Babylon in the beginning, and then he skips back to some other time from he's dealing with Josiah time. Because remember, he was not only the suffering, he could be the suffering servant too. He was also the weeping prophet. He was also the youngest prophet. He was
Mm.
commissioned, he was young, the youngest. But we can go deep with this. But the great tool too. I would love for you to come on the panel because, like I said, this is the topic. And I'm pretty much I want to answer that particular thing about when I'm saying unfulfilled. I think I said to these brothers last night. When I say something was fulfilled, I'm not necessarily meaning that all of the features were met. What I'm saying is that those prophecies were set for those moments. But obviously, those things not all necessarily was fulfilled because guess what? Israel at that time wasn't quite ready. So obviously, it was not going to be fulfilled. And it would be, yes, if you say an unfulfilled prophecy, as far as did the nation meet the thing? Because it was the nation that would unfulfill it, not the prophet. And we know this because if the prophet was specifically making things up, we know we have in Torah how that works. And none of those things happened to Jeremiah, Isaiah, even though some of the Christians who try to say Isaiah was killed because of his prophesying, but we know that's all pseudo. Ezekiel, any of the prophets that we consider as credible prophets. When they was prophesying, they were prophesying to that era at that time. If the prophecy did not actually complete, it wasn't because of the prophet, it was because of the nation. So I know where one would likely go at when they're saying about certain things wasn't fulfilled. I know that for a fact. That's not the problem. But the problem is we're mixing that certain things from the saga of Israel are repeating itself. That's when I say dual prophecy. And I should even say prophecy, and I should say dual attributes. We can find that from what Jeremiah was talking. We can find that with Isaiah was talking. We can find that with Ezekiel was talking. We can find that with any prophet. We can find that because guess what? At all times, Israel kept doing the same thing. Even to today, the same thing. But see, the thing is, all of our last prophets are no longer. We don't have any modern prophets. So we have no other choice but to use what we read in the old prophets and try to work ourselves back from their that's why it's a history. That's why you always hear me say you have Torah and I say Tanakh and I say Tanakh histories.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Well, I
Shalom to the
do.
panel. Peace and
And
blessings.
I've always took that, Aaron, you was you even said it from the very beginning that I sound like a preterist, and I do sound like when you look at it from that point of view of how preterists thought, but I ain't doing anything from a preterist point of view. I'm doing it and I should have like worded it so that people would understand. Whenever that prophet was prophesying, he was prophesying for that particular generation. Now there are certain prophecies that go outside of that that we could say is a general prophecy. That would make it a dual prophecy.
Yeah. Well, I
But we
do.
have to be
You know,
careful.
it's
We
not.
have to be careful with saying dual prophecy because we're still on this one West thing. One West,
Mhm.
and I had direct contact with one of the guys, and we had to do what you call a truce on that because me saying what I'm saying kind of killed his cat. And I understood where he was going to, and he was doing something that was good. So I said, all right, yes, I will let it be as a dual prophecy. But in reality, I have to be truthful. It's not really a dual prophecy. It's just we can get something out of it from any prophet to get our paths back. It's nothing we can do to prevent that. As long as the saga of Israel is going to continue and continue, as long as that surety is being broken in the Deuteronomy curses. But
Yeah.
welcome
Well,
aboard, Great
I
202.
think, man, I think it's gonna be a
Shalom. Peace and blessings to the panel.
peace, bro.
Peace, peace.
Yeah, I think it's a good it'll be a good topic to build on moving forward.
Mhm.
Um,
And
you
by the way, even though we had that debate, I said this a while ago, even to Alan. I said that was the toughest debate that I would ever went through, and I don't think that nobody else would have been able to do that debate but me because that was a tough one. You say scriptural only, and it was locked down to nothing. You get what I'm saying?
mm,
You can't use anything. Can't use nothing what a scholar said. Can't use anything. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta
mm,
look at it from that point of view, and not that what you were saying was like totally wrong, because you was using every firepower you had, which was kind of tough, and a lot of people wouldn't have been able to meet with that.
yeah, but I don't
We
think
we had to we
you
had to
you
fight
know at
we had
this.
to fight dirty. That was probably the best debate that anybody would ever had out of all the debates we've seen. You know that, right?
Oh, I know. I do know that was one that I more likely enjoyed. I don't enjoy the debates where more historical sources are coming out, more tampered with resources are being pulled out and touted as, primary sources. So dealing with the scripture is really what makes me more interested because it's more meat and substance. But also I'm
And
also somebody
that's
now
the
at
best
this
the
point.
best way. That's the
Yeah,
best
no,
way
but
to
I've
do it.
also at this
A
point,
scripture only
man,
debate is badass.
yeah, no, it's different. It is different, but I'm also at the point where I don't think, I don't think knots are being tied, like most would think. I do think this is still something that people should be studying on. Even like tonight when we started to analyze where people were receiving their callings to even be a prophet, I think that even things like that aren't things that we touched on in the past. I've never heard anyone touch on in the past, and that would help to really put things under a microscope of, like foundations. Like for instance, like what makes someone a prophet according to the law. How their dreams and visions come true, or if they don't come true, or how they receive them. In what form they receive it in. This shows how they become a prophet. So from there, we can analyze if someone is an actual prophet or if they're a false prophet. Same way that we could
Right.
analyze certain callings and certain commissions to see what's lining up and what makes more sense, even if there's a gray area in certain things, like just seeing what
Gray areas is
tradition
absolute.
shows, you know,
That's why
what like the
we
heritage
have.
would show.
hmm hmm Especially like even like I said it to you. I mean, I still say this to anybody outside of you with it. I didn't want you to go that route because when it comes down to the book of Daniel, I know what you're saying. Cause think about it. I'm partially the reason why a lot of the things you said and a lot of them said. But the problem is we don't kill that book because of that. We fight them to the tooth and nail. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of if a regular Torah only guy don't know how to use the book of Daniel to show that they don't have nothing to do with the New Testament. It's very small amounts of us that do that.
Yeah.
And the other person that did it, he went off the script. It's just about new shit.
Yeah. But would
You
you
know what I mean?
say, would you say that seeking the resolution that I guess is unorthodox and showing that that this was fulfilled, um, like by Antiochus or by that empire, would it be
Mm-mm,
would it
mm-mm.
be a long shot to say that if even seeing that the Book of Daniel doesn't support the New Testament, it still fully
It
supports the
doesn't support
Apocrypha?
it. Right. It doesn't support it,
No,
and it doesn't support the Apocrypha. It doesn't.
no, you don't think that it supports the Apocrypha?
Nope. The
There's
only thing
certain,
that would
and
be the closest thing that meets out of that is that the Greek Empire. Yes, no doubt. But
yeah,
if you count it from every beast that he was talking about, et cetera, et cetera, remember, I'm likely the only one that turns around and says, the Medes and Persians was captivities too. You get what I'm saying?
hmm
And I usually say that Medes and Persians separate for a reason, because most people take it as Persians and the Medes, they conglomerated together and they became one. Yeah, in the long run, but in reality, when they were actually going through, it was Medes and the Persians.
yeah,
And I'm not saying that 70 AD and all that stuff is a part of the Daniel thing, because it's not. It got nothing to do with it. Because, like I said, and I think I said it to you, I don't really need the Book of Daniel to get to the point of what comes on afterwards, after Babylon, because I can skip Daniel, put
hmm
them on the chart, right, and go to Haggai, right. I can use Habakkuk. I can use Ezra. I can use Nehemiah. I can use Zechariah. I can use Zephaniah. You know what I'm saying? All those prophets to get to the same thing as what we do with Daniel.
mm. You know it
And
though.
I know,
Also, on
I
a
know that
side
I
note,
know that most of the persuasion groups, they need the Book of Daniel, and they
yeah,
use those false numbers and everything else. Not saying it against Eric, but they use those false numbers, those non-scriptural numbers that ain't found nowhere in uses of from Torah, and they use pseudo books to try to bring them into light when you know good and well that don't have no connection, because it goes back to the Greek. You can't get around it. And I hated to do that to E, but I chose tonight to be kind of like DOA mode when I chose that Ezekiel thing. And I'm saying that because if you really want to attack the doctrine of one West, because this is where we have of everybody's that's getting their little fight from the one West, you got to hit them with that. You got to tear them up with that, because they can't escape it.
mm.
Yeah, true. You've
If
been
they
out
want to
crypto
believe in
around me,
any,
man. You better go ahead and do your thing.
no, I know that you're a good dialoguer. You know that you're a good dialogue. So I ain't gonna take that away from you. But like I
I
said,
wanna,
I think I said it last night. You have faith, and you have those that Torah Centered. When you get a faith and a Torah Centered mix going, it's going to be kind of hard, because that person is going to know Torah so well, but his faith is going to be so strong that it's going to be a tough fight. And hey, guess what? I was there when it came down to that New Testament doctrine. I started out as true Liz, and then at that point there, I was dangerous as a Christian. Maya, same way. It takes time. And the really only way to really do it is we have to do this like we're doing. But we're not doing it to throw Bible at each other. We're doing it to critically find out what's going on, and then we read this. We know that the book was tampered with. We know that. But if we go around saying that it was tampered with to the ones that don't know no better, then they're gonna turn around and say, "Oh man, then that shit ain't real. The whole thing ain't real." You get what I'm saying? It's hard for those that are dealing with that Abrahamic faith, just because of that.
yeah, man. Well, I think we got, we always, yeah, we done always got good talking points and good things to bring up and always parallel. And I think a lot more branches came out today, which we'll build upon, and we'll set up a time. I mean, it's always a good conversation.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah.
probably end
You,
up
you you
getting off
remember
here
when you had
soon
that
though,
when you
man.
had that debate with Yaro? I was like the judge on that. You wanted me
Yeah.
to be fair, and I actually what I said. I think it kind of like hurt. What's the name with that because he didn't understand why I kind of said it was a draw.
Mhm.
I guess he wanted me to, you know what I'm saying? But I wasn't going to do that because guess what? He doesn't know in the background. We dealt with Daniel. We dealt with Daniel privately. We dealt with Daniel for the longest. That was like one of the most sought after topic we was talking about.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
And it's
you talking
real
about
Hey,
that.
brother
important though,
Aaron.
man. I think it's real important too, though. Like it segues into a lot uh of other things. So
Brother Aaron, I heard you speak before. Are you OT only, or some people call it Yah only?
yes,
Oh, okay.
yeah, no, I am.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I thought I heard you before on a debate. Your voice sounded familiar.
Yeah, nah, you probably have, man. We used to
Mhm.
spark up some debates, man, and some engagements, man. Some not as helpful as
Still will
others,
always
but
have the still will always have that dream of one day, and it could be a friendly fire where we would have the Torah Knights versus the DOA. Because I always say, you guys still
it
DOA
wouldn't
me.
be no
You know
friendly
what I'm
fire, bruh. That wouldn't be no friendly
saying?
fire. Come on,
Because
man.
we destroy them, right?
Yeah, I'm just not with the shit show antics, man. I respect anybody that really want to
I like that the
truly
tiptoe
like.
antics. I like that.
No, but man, at this point, man, if you can't really, if we can't sit on the panel like this and converse, and if it has to go down to time clock and moderator and judges, if you can't even do that, bro, then shit, bro, what's the point? You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I'd be a fool if I waste every second of my damn day on a fool. You know what I'm saying? So, and it took me some time, to realize that, bro. But
That's
humility
all right,
helps.
but I mean,
You
like,
know.
you know what's gonna happen? It's still gonna be how it is. What we're doing. You got to remember, even though we even had like whatever dispute, you see me still going, right? You still me still going. I'm like pretty much the only like Torah Centered platform that's, what I'm saying, just still going and speaking the truth. Whether you know what I'm saying, well, you got all those others, they try, but the problem with them is how are they going to do it and they're still spitting out, you know, forceful and one West and, bullshit. I have to say that. And that's nothing against you, E. That's nothing against you because, like I said, you're a faith Torah only. And that's kind of dangerous to a lot of our Torah sinners that don't have no knowledge of that book. You tear their asses up.
I know everybody about to go off on here. I just want to bring one scripture out. I just left Clubhouse, and they were going into, I believe, it was Joel chapter 3, verse let me get it here. Joel chapter 3, verse 5 through, yeah, verses 4 through 6.
Hmm.
So the debate on this scripture was, have this prophecy already been fulfilled, or is it yet to be fulfilled? It
Hmm.
was pretty interesting. I'll read it real quick. It says, Joel chapter 3, verse 4.
You said is a past or future prophecy?
Yeah, is it has it been fulfilled, or is it yet to be fulfilled? So verse 4 says, yeah, and what have ye to do with me, O Tyre and Zidon, and all the coast of Palestine? Will ye render me a recompense? And if ye recompense me swiftly and speedily, will I return your recompense upon your own head? because ye have taken my silver and my gold, and have carried away into your temples my goodly pleasant things. The children also of Judah and the children of Jerusalem have ye sold unto the Grecians, that ye might remove them far from their borders. So the question was asked, where in history has Tyre, Zidon, and the Palestinians
Oh, it's a
sold
wrap.
Judah to the Grecians?
Oh, it's a wrap
Now,
on that subject. That's a
yeah,
great
Yes,
subject.
it's
That's a great subject to have going, and I'm surprised anyone's even really diving into that,
yeah,
man. I wish I'd have been in that room.
oh yeah. So I'll say this, and everybody might be different. I hold the position that this prophecy has yet to be filled. It has not happened yet. So that's where I
I
stand.
agree.
Oh, you agree, Aaron?
Totally
What you
agree.
say, Aaron? Oh, you totally agree. Okay. How about yourself,
Yeah, man,
DOA?
we ain't got our names and we ain't got our photos up in here, so it's easy to, you know.
Yeah,
But you said,
I think it's yeah, it haven't been fulfilled yet. So let me
yeah, I
ask you
think
this,
it
Aaron,
opened.
which is so if we're reading this passage correctly, is this saying that in the latter days that our people will be in a land, and this is going to take place, like there's going to be another captivity?
No, I don't think there's gonna be no other captivity, man. I
What I
don't.
what I would say
I
on
don't.
How
that,
would you
what I would say on
how
that,
would you break that in
what
the
I would say on
scripture?
that, it hasn't been fulfilled, and it's not that it would probably be fulfilled. It's just left open because guess what? We don't read it in history, so we can't just assume that it was not what you say to be laid out for fulfillment at that time, but it's still open. Yes.
Yeah, I think it's fulfilled, but yeah, I think it already been, yeah.
E, elaborate on your thought.
Hey,
Yeah,
man,
because when
honestly,
you
I take that position too.
The problem is though, there doesn't say Palestine in that when you read it. So that's my problem.
you said what?
The part what I had a problem with is when he said Palestine. That's what like threw me off. If you took the Palestine part out, I
Yeah.
would say that it was fulfilled too. But he said Palestine in there, so I don't quite know
Oh, okay. Like
anywhere we
without
read
Palestine.
Palestine.
So like Tyre and Zidon, have they ever went into Jerusalem and the region of Judah and sold the people to the Greeks? I mean, is there, can we read or see this in history? Yeah, I mean, because
When they did it right, did they send them to Egypt? I'm trying to figure that one out to find out if that's what you're talking about.
Nah,
No, it
that
says to
wouldn't
the coast
fit.
of the
If
Greeks.
you read it again,
No, I'm saying I'm trying to see is that what he's talking about.
it said expel them from their coast. If Egypt was basically a sister or brother to the land, that's not expelling them from their coast
right,
going to Egypt.
yeah, because Tyre and Zidon is removing Judah and Jerusalem from out of their land.
Mm-hmm.
You
Right, and
know,
that automatically pinpoints you to the west of Africa
Yeah, that's what I'm about
and
to say.
us being shipped from the west coast of
Mm-hmm.
Africa.
Mm-hmm.
but
So
did it
it
say
doesn't
sold unto
read
the
anywhere
Grecians?
in there about Egypt when
Because
he was saying it because I didn't hear him. That's what I'm saying that for.
it says the children also of Judah and the children of Jerusalem have you sold unto the Grecians. So they were being sold to the Grecians, the Greeks,
That's in,
according to this passage. Now, according to my as I
I
understand
would
it,
say fulfill.
you so you actually have some history showing that this actually happened, that the coast of Palestine or Tyre and Zidon
Well, you can't
No,
sold
but
well,
to
you
that's
the
can't
the
you
That's
can't
the
issue,
you
though.
can't
so-called.
Hold
say
on.
Palestine. You
But
got to
that's
say
the
what the
issue.
scripture says.
but
Isn't that
okay,
isn't that the
but
so-called Roman?
you said what?
Isn't that like the so-called supposed to be Roman or something invasion? Well, Rome.
Rome is not Zidon and Tyre.
Nah, bro,
No.
look at
Zion
this, though, man.
Tyre,
This is,
Africa.
hold on, bro. I think this is what, so, and I think, shoot, man, we should do a whole other topic on this, bro. We
Yeah.
should. And because there's a lot of supporting scriptures that come out of this. It's unorthodox.
But
I
I'm
doubt
saying,
true.
I'm right. I'm trying to ask him. The reason why I'm saying it, what I'm trying to say to him is, right. He's saying Palestine. Don't say Palestine. Don't say those names because those are not names that would have been
Okay.
written in scripture.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Okay, what I'm saying is
if you
Tyree
say
and
it
Zidon.
right now, if you say that in a different, I say, format, that's like if I was to say, well, I know that say the Phoenicians and the Philistines sold the sons of Judah, right, to the Greeks. Would I be
No, that never
wrong?
happened. I haven't. I mean, if
I mean,
there's
I mean,
history out
if
there,
there's
I'm
history
definitely
out
want to
there,
know it
I'm
because
definitely want to know
Hey,
it because
real quick,
Yeah.
go to Isaiah 23.
Yep.
yeah.
Not to break the chain, but then ain't Zidon is like Hamitic.
Yes.
Right.
Are you at Isaiah 23?
So it seemed like
So
he
it seemed
basically
like
pointing
he
out
basically pointed out
Another son,
another son,
like
for us of
like for us
the
of
children of the
the
Hamitic
children of the
races.
Mm-hmm. What's Isaiah 23 talking about, though?
yes, that's a good question.
Yes, that's a good
I'm trying to see
question.
where he's going with
Trying to
Yeah.
this.
see where he's going with
Is it a
this.
verse?
Did a
Is it a
verse?
verse in
Isaiah
particular?
Is it a
23?
verse in particular?
Nah, just the entire thing. Isn't it a burden against Tyree? That's the
Oh
subtitle
yeah.
for it, ain't it?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Why do they have a burden against them?
For selling Israel.
For selling Israel.
What did it? What? Read the first verse for me, please.
The word concerning Tyree, how ye ships of Carthage. Oh, well, the
Carthage.
Start right
subtitle
Oh,
is
well,
here.
the
the burden
subtitle is
against
the
Tyree.
burden against Tyree.
And then in the first sentence, it's talking about what?
Ships of Carthage
Ships of
and
Carthage.
How did
And
transporting them.
we get?
transporting.
Come on.
So, but that's when bro, like, man, this junk go really deep, and it's just like, it even segues into the book of Daniel and how. But I would for sure say it was fulfilled, and I would also say that what we read in Torah and Tanakh, it
But
is.
hold on. That's a good point. I think with Dodie pull out the Isaiah 23, right? You actually kind of pinpointed a connection point with that Joel thing in reality. So we need to do
Yeah,
another one on this topic and revisit this, not
yeah,
just
but I
simply
don't think this is
let this go because there's a reason why I'm saying this because
Yeah, I don't want to
I
leave it
think
open though. I don't want to leave
yeah
it
I think
open like this, true.
yeah. Well
Because I
I'm
want to land
saying
a little plane first, and then you know,
mhm.
care
You-
like at least for the other
Like,
brothers'
at
sake,
least for the other brother's sake.
right
Yeah.
so that he can
The reason why
understand
I'm
where I'm
saying this
coming
because
from.
we would have to go into like a whole different thing, and it's not fair to leave out certain things out. Like like I asked him that question, and I changed the names. I said the Philistines, and I said the Phoenicians, and he said no, it wasn't Phil.
yeah, it's not
Tyree,
fulfilled. So this is connection
This
to
is
Joel chapter 3,
Yeah,
and the verses that we just read. But this haven't happened in prophecy. This is just
perhaps
connecting
this is just connecting
to the
to
judgment, because in that same chapter it talks about the judgment of Zidon and Tyree. But this is not stating that this happened in history. We can read the whole
yeah,
chapter.
but no, I
Isaiah
agree with you.
23.
I do agree with you. You don't read this in history, but there's certain brothers on here, and I can't speak for everybody, but there's certain brothers in here that use history as a parallel to the scriptures, and I don't believe in at all that the history that we have that we can lay our eyes on, read, and study upon is the end all say all, especially when it contradicts a lot of things that we read in
exactly,
the Old Testament. So I
right,
don't, brother, I
exactly.
don't. I get what you're saying, and that's why it's an important topic. You will not read about Tyre and Sidon spoiling the holy temple and doing or having any form of judgment according to history. You're going to read that, Europeans did. And that's where we see a contradiction. And that's where I think this is a great topic at.
Right.
Question though, ain't Tyree the coast of Italy?
No,
No, It's the coast of what we call
Tyree is a
Palestine
Phoenician
today,
city. It's
but
a
Oh,
Phoenician
and I'm not
city.
trying to
It's a
laugh at you,
Phoenician
brother. I'm
city.
not trying to laugh. I'm just
No, we
saying.
good.
I'm
it's in
just
the so-called
laughing.
Middle East.
I'm just
But
laughing off of how misconstrued geography is because of white supremacy, pretty much. Like it's just always a laughing topic to me.
But Tyree is a Phoenician city.
correct.
And who
That's
would
the
they
key
be
thing.
like
Why I said
nation wise
Phoenicians and I
though?
said Philistine.
Like lineage wise,
Huh?
who would they going
Yeah,
back to?
they would have been well they would have Tyree and Zidon would have been, have y'all heard of history
Like
with
traders, right?
Hannibal? Hannibal?
I believe they're
Africans.
the Canaanites.
Africans.
Yeah, they were Africans. Yeah, so Hannibal,
Yeah,
they had,
yeah, they were Hamites. Yeah,
yeah, they were Hamites. So yeah,
exactly. So that's
they were
why I
the
think
original
that
people
that's
for Tyree Zidon.
like, of course, modern day history is the end all say all for some people, but according to these scriptures, the neighbors of Israel had a lot to do with besieging and the selling of Israel for what they did, and that's where I think
Mm-hmm.
that we definitely see blurred lines between what we can read from historical sources versus what was proclaimed in the scriptures and repeated by the prophets. Even that's a good place
Mm-hmm.
right there. Joel 3. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad that like you either have to keep it or trash it. Did Tyre and Sidon, did they siege the temple? And did they spoil the gold in the temple? Because that's what it say, man. It say that they did these things. They abominated these temples. They pillaged the holies of holies, and that they sold
Mm-hmm.
the children of Judea to the Grecians. Now we see,
Absolutely.
but according to history, and that's why you ain't gonna find it in modern day history, because according to history, the Europeans did this. But according to the scriptures, we see Hamites actually were in the city and they sold them far off to the coast of the Grecians, which shows that were the Grecians even around the land? Were these Romans even around the land? Because we don't see that. As a matter of fact, we
Right.
see the complete opposite. We see the neighbors of Israel selling Israel abroad. Not the opposite.
But see,
Not the
I got a
opposite. So
question
that's
too.
why I think it's a great topic.
And you got a point, because
No, it is a great
I'm
topic.
starting
It is
to.
a great topic. That's why I'm saying, I'm not saying that to brush it to the side. I'm saying I want to actually do actual, like, when we got, like, we on 4.5 hours now. I want to do one specifically on that and address that, because that's what I asked that question. I said Phoenicians. I said Philistines. I said it for a reason. I'm not saying it just to be saying it. I'm saying it because now I'm gonna give you some type of, somewhere where we can read it in our scriptures and put that history shit on the side.
So I got a
Because
question,
not
right?
everything you're gonna read in history gonna pertain to certain things. So that's why if you base everything off of what you don't read in history, then you might as well forget it. They
Yeah,
pulling
that's how
That's how
I
Real
think it
quick,
was. I was think it was filled because of history. That was
history.
that's my
Phoenician
understanding.
ships are still being built today. They were like one of the first seafarers, first people to explore the ocean.
Hey,
Mhm.
but my question is though, isn't that like Northern Africa and that little island right above Africa is like supposed to be Sidon and Tyree right there before you get to the coast of Italy,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
do this right quick, brother. You got to erase modern day cartography and the lines that they draw, and understand that land masses were larger and covered more areas than what they chop them up to be today.
Right, I'm tracking
Correct.
that.
Correct. And that's why I also stopped him when he said Palestinian. I didn't want to answer that because that's not part of the scripture. But exactly why we have to do it. We have to do it the proper way, and we can use history on certain things that we can validate with history that goes along and coincide. No problem. But because it's not in history, does not mean that it didn't happen. Because you can put something under the rug,
That's a
you can take
fact,
something
though.
out, you can hide, because now you're dealing with scrutiny, and this is the crew of scrutinizers right here. We go scrutinize everything. You know what I'm saying? They like
Yeah,
to
and
change
that's what I'm
names.
saying.
They like to do things.
But now, like off of the surface level, I just feel like we need to stop, like as a people, as Black people, like we need to stop using history and trying to parallel the Bible with it and do the complete opposite. And that's really where you know, clarity comes in. You need to have your foundation being these scriptures. If you truly believe that these are people you descend from, and these are ways and origin stories and law constructs and constitutions and shit that's more akin to us, then that's our primary. History should be a secondary, bro. And too many times we're like, well, I read this, but I don't see the history. Man, that's kind of like, you know,
Hey,
going
hey,
backwards.
brother Aaron,
Also,
I know you mentioned the
also,
Romans.
Uh-huh.
You mentioned the Romans. So,
No, that was me.
okay. So, the 70 AD never happened.
I don't think so at all. I think that's a fable, a myth, and a fairy tale, 100%. And it's
now,
easily
hold up,
proven.
Aaron. I gotta cover this one for all of us, right? When you talk about deep topics like this, you know, we just can't just use what we got from the tampered manuscripts to begin with. We got to also compare some of those verses, some of those chapters with the Dead Sea Scrolls. We got to compare these things using all different type of biblical manuscripts, and then you will see that some things were put in place based upon to make it go along with certain things, and certain things were taken out to hide certain things. See, now that's the reason why I said this needs to be more on a dedicated or separate situation, and I will show.
Man, I say we do that one next, bruh.
I have no
I feel what
problem
you're
with it.
saying, bruh. This go deep, and we need to use all the hermeneutics and not just jump off the
Yeah, it'd be
porch
a
saying
good
something
topic.
like this. But at the same time, just let folks just brain marinate on that sometimes. Like what if? What if things weren't really things really didn't go down like we've always been taught they did? Now, would we still prioritize man recorded history? You know, like and honestly, like the same way that people criticize text, they should criticize a lot of these stories, which are not verbatim, but they're, you know, coming from anonymous people or from vague storylines that have been copied and copied and copied. Like, and this is supposed to be, you know, our end all. When it's more clarity, man, in these scriptures of Old Testament, bro, they really lead us to more to a distinct timeline, narrative, and everything. And then you really flip someone's mind upside down by bringing out things like you read in Joel 3. Like, if it's not backed by history, so when, where, why, and how was this even written here? Why would this be a thing? You know?
My point of view, I feel like it's two forms of history.
One more scripture
Well,
for y'all.
he got a good you know, a good topic though. But like I said, I don't want him to get wrapped up in it, not just because of the history thing. I don't want him to get wrapped up in it because there's going to be a lot of things. Like I said, we have tampered manuscripts. That would mean things took out, things put in, things took out, things put in. Unfortunately, if you say this through wrong, the unknown that doesn't know any better, they'll say, well, then they'll reject the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? So we just got to up the ante and bring more research tools in to iron this one out.
Hey, true, but
Trust
yeah,
me.
they do talk about a judgment in Ezekiel. I think it's 27 and 28. Well,
Yes, they do.
27, 28.
Exactly.
It
Correct.
tells you about the
Absolutely.
judgment of Tyre and
hmm
Zidon.
And it all goes back to
Yeah.
what you was
There's
talking about
definitely
in
a
Zechariah
judgment.
14
Yeah,
too.
but
So yes.
but that's what I'm saying. Like, I think, like, when you really pair, like, you all bring it all in, like, if all the neighbors of Israel really had a part to play with parsing, splitting the land and dispersing them, that's why we see Ezekiel's vision of literally all of their asses getting that work too for their part to play in this, you know?
But wouldn't that make more
I have no
sense for
problem with
the
that.
heathen?
I have no problem with that.
Wouldn't that make more sense for the heathen to come in and write himself into a story?
I
Because
know I
all these
would.
people,
Right,
I
and
know
he
I would.
did.
Right, he did.
right?
I know I would, bruh. But now we connecting the dots. And it even goes back to the old adage that we've all heard. Africans sold Africans into slavery. Like, that's their like coping
They're like
mechanism
coping
for what their
mechanism for
ancestors
what
did.
their
They want to
ancestors
say,
did. They
oh, but
want to say,
Africans
oh, but
sold
Africans
y'all. Bro,
sold
there's so
y'all.
much fact
Right?
to
There's so
that.
much
There's so
fact to
much
that.
fact to
There's
that.
so much fact to that.
They made a movie about it. The Woman Queen,
Correct.
the Woman King,
Correct.
actually. You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
the homie crowd, You know
Yes,
what I mean?
indeed.
But look at the
Yes, indeed.
timing where they did it.
Right.
Everything is happening on a prophetic timeline.
Come on now.
Come on now.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And then it's
so
like, yeah, bro, it just goes so much deeper than this. And it really starts off with, with Torah, with Deuteronomy really shining light on, what's going to happen if and when abominable things occur to this holy land. And if the motherland is defiled, and if it needs to get its Sabbaths back renewed, if it needs a resting point where it
Mm-hmm.
gets renewed while it's while the people that were in it that did these atrocities are exiled, it has to be a replenishing period. So whenever we look back at Deuteronomy and even Leviticus, it speaks in depth about when this time would come when the land needed its replenishing period because of the amount
Because
of
of the
iniquities
amount
that
of
were
iniquities
were
that
Hmm.
done in it. And we don't read nothing about no damn Europeans having a part to play in this. Not like nan nutta. Even if you read Deuteronomy 32, it shows that certain people are going to take credit for what only the Creator could do to us and to our land. And it was his
Mm-hmm.
entire intentions anyway. Even if you read at the end of Jeremiah 9, it shows that his entire intentions was for us to know that he brought blessings and rain and good crops to our land, but also in the same breath, he's also the one that took all that shit away from us. He wants us to know that.
Correct.
But if we give credit to
Correct.
Titus, if we give credit to all these all these time periods that have been convoluted and juxtaposed and thrown in our face and thrown down our throat, we have like we're following a lie first and foremost. And second, well, but the most important thing is we take that credit away from the one that did the punishing, in which he
Correct.
intended for us to know that. He intended for us to know that, and not
hey,
give
brother
this
Correct.
Aaron,
credit to
Somebody,
what
anybody
I
else.
got a question. So
what is your
correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, my fault. Go ahead.
oh no I was just gonna say so what is your understanding on Greco Empire? Because I know I can tell that you don't subscribe to the 70 AD Roman occupation. But what about Alexander
Well,
before
let me say this
Jesus?
before you say this. Let me say this before you say that. I think like a lot of people mess it up. Like you said, it's not the European nations. I would say more of the Hamitic nations that are really our oppressors, and the European nations are the ones that really trying to write themselves into history because they're want to be a part of the history. If that makes sense. But you can
That
correct
make
me if
all
I'm
the
wrong.
sense.
Absolutely makes sense.
Hold on. But let me say this. Let me say this
Yeah,
real quick. I wouldn't say they are oppressors. Think about it. If you was a neighboring tribe and you actually seen the God that they worship actually do things versus the God y'all make do nothing, wouldn't that cause jealousy?
Right.
Right.
No matter where they
No
spread or
matter where they
migrate to.
spread or migrate to.
Come on.
nah, bruh, that's facts. And what the brother asked, what I felt about some of the other Grecian, like historical recordings, bruh, it can very much well be true. But what I do know is that that buck stopped with these folks talking about they came anywhere close to the Holy Land. Because simply, like, let's keep it simple. Joel chapter 3, Tyre and Sidon is going to do the sieging of your temples and they're going to sell you to the Grecians. That kind of is that's one of the places that you can go to when it's open and shut. That's an open and shut. Of course, you need to expand on that and really assess everything concerning why it would be Hamitic nations or even Shemitic nations doing this as opposed to these European nations doing it, bro. Like, that's really what was prophesied and what was written to occur anyway. So, I'm sure that they had their sieges. I'm sure that they did their colonizing and their expanding. That's what they was for. But as far as having a part to play with our destruction, with the sieging of our temples, with the the destruction of our lands and our crops and our cattle and our peoples, and they ain't had nothing to do with that, bruh. They ain't had nothing to do with that. And their glory story, starts to rise up in the Apocrypha, and that kind of is where what made us sniff it out. Like, hold on, bro, this is like real glorification, but it's not really about that. It's about the contradictions. What's written to occur in the Apocrypha to the holies of holies and the abominations of desolations and all these visions and all these, well, not visions, but everything that was written, it kind of contradicts what the law and what the original prophets were seeing would occur to the land and how it would occur to the land. You know, like we were going to be afraid of the plagues of Egypt again, like they were going to revisit us again. And these plagues of Egypt, they didn't involve European, you know,
Right, I agree with that.
forces being on your head. Like they're the same plagues that we were familiar with. They're nothing new under the sun.
Right.
So, you know, and when these prophets seen these things, they were concerned and worried, and they gave these visions for certain generations that would have these things befall them. Now, when it comes to it being Grecians and Romans and all these sieges and all these revolts, that's not going to happen. That's not what we see in our heritage book. We see something completely different. But it does start with this, brother. And I'm pretty sure that clubhouse room was kind of split in the middle about, damn, do we approach this and spearhead it based off of historical sources, or do we analyze it based off of Joel 3? And that's where the discrepancy lies. You genuinely have to put history to the back and then analyze it after, truly combing through, you know, these scriptures and what they say, because you can't work backwards if something means more to you than the latter. Like if this is our heritage, our constitution, where we can find safety and truth, if we could find truth, wisdom, and justice in this, then this is a primary, like, for us as Black exiled people. And then these and then these historical sources, which are pretty much authorized by a Josephus Calpurnius Piso ass figure, is not gonna really reign supreme over these scriptures, in my opinion.
Yeah, Josephus is a
Mhm.
liar anyway. Hey, I got a quick question, man, for Doty, because it's about to be 3 o'clock anyway. What you? Hey, that's you, Dion, right? Dion Dixon.
Right. Dion Dixon.
Yeah,
What you out of Georgia?
What you out of Georgia or now?
I moved to Washington from Atlanta, but I'm from Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
So,
Georgia,
is not your hometown, nothing like that.
Your hometown,
Well, your people
That's where
hometown.
my mom. That's my mom at.
Or your mom, them
She
people.
been there. Yeah, no, my mom. She been there for the last damn near 20 years.
Oh, for real.
Oh,
No, I was
Yeah.
asking, man, because in my genealogy that I had to research, man, some of my people dropped the ball on, you know what I'm saying? I just recognize that last name.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? I think it's in my family tree.
I'm adopted Dixon, bro.
Okay, you adopted.
Yeah, my biological last name is Baker, but my stepdad,
Okay,
he's a
Baker.
Dixon, and they out of South Carolina.
Okay, what I'm trying to see.
Mhm.
Where you from?
Like I said,
Yeah, I'm from Montgomery, Alabama, man, but most of my people from Georgia and in Atlanta. And then I can say like Dixon, one of the family names. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, you look up the origin of that last name, bro?
I not on Dixon, but I have on a couple of them.
Yeah, Dixon is based out of Ireland.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, I seen that part now.
So
But like I said, like,
Irish
that's why I
Equity.
kind of like dig around history myself, and then I do know that some of our people were pushed over there towards like Ireland and the coasts over there and stuff like that. I mean, it's all good.
And then well, old boy who was talking about this was in the clubhouse. Which clubhouse room was talking about this topic?
I cannot remember the group name. I was just scrolling down and I saw the topic and I was like, oh yeah, this is interesting. They brought out Joel chapter 3, and then they also brought out what was it? Zechariah chapter 14, which is a good one, verses 1 through 3.
it's the same time situation. Yes, indeed. Just like Jeremiah 3 is the same too. Let you know.
Zechariah chapter 14, it's an interesting chapter. I have to say that when I read it, I don't believe it's fulfilled. I believe it's yet to be fulfilled. just the way the
That's
message.
the problem. That's the problem. That's the problem. You don't believe it's fulfilled. I get that, but the problem is because you don't believe it's fulfilled, you need to be shown how it fits the timeline when it should have been fulfilled. So you gotta be careful because, like I'm saying to you, and I understand where you're coming from. I get it. I actually get it, but you have to be careful. Just to let you know. But we're gonna definitely talk about this because it's all on the same thing. It's, you know what I'm saying? Zechariah 14 the same as Joel, just like Jeremiah chapter 3. Same thing, no doubt. And I believe it's a couple of Psalms.
Just keep me updated when you end up going live again, man. I'll make the time, bro. But I got to jump off this thing, man. It was good catching up with all y'all. It was a good conversation.
I mean, I could reconvene on it next week.
Yeah,
no problem.
Shalom, DOA, Brother True, Aaron, E.
Yeah,
Dixon, everybody. Shalom.
Shalom.
Yeah, shalom to everybody in the panel. Good hearing from y'all.
Yeah, shalom, man. My respect to everybody, man. The elders and all the elders coming up, and the family tuning in.
You already know, man. Shoot, y'all boys stay safe out here, man. I'ma holler at y'all. All right, now eat.
All right.
Already.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Let me just make it closing out. Say shalom.
What do you want? I'm gonna kill you, you bastard!
Here's the juk. All you see is crooks. Shout out to Havoc, good looking on the beat. Forever P. Street life was good. About to go in, son. Look, red bones and red bottoms. Like Red Bull, we gon' give them wings, we red dot them. Candy rappers, sentiment, we red hot them. Headshot them, go against my grain, get head problems. Big dummy, garbage rappers, we red fox them. Shoot an actor in high depth and red box them. Tip the scales in my favor, stay in your top 10. If life's like a triple beam, I'm weighing my options. Y'all like wild meth, you high meth. Keep a big popper, cause I ain't ready to die yet. I digress, or I'm just too intense to digest. Stretched in a Pyrex, compliments to my chef. Game ain't been the same since I left. Is they really crooks or just a pain in my neck? Wu-Tang, ain't no lanes in my set. Fresh pair of Nike Airs, I just do it for my check. I'll be the first to tell these rappers, get your bars up. Shout to P, you know it's havoc when we mob up. I tell that smut, date over, pull your drawers up. Cigar guts, all up in the club, putting squad up. Throw your squad up. Throw your squad up. Throw your squad up. Cigar guts, all up in the club, putting squad up.
I swoop in, shooting like I'm paratrooping. We all in, we riding, we carpooling. My whole crew, we diving, we platooning. Salute me or shoot me, Huey P. Newton. Your buffoonery is quite amusing. This is not monkey business, stop cooning. It's a method to my madness, I know what I'm doing. There's a reason.